morning. Happy Friday. Hello, 13ers. It is good to see you. It is good to be here. And it's Friday. It's the third best day of the week. Hello. Alley Cat said, good morning. Crawled out from under my rock. Hello. Happy Friday. Woo, woo. We have a busy Friday ahead of us too. And because we have a busy Friday ahead of us, we need to get this party started. So here are the people who got the party started for us. Amen, twin mom. Oh, Stacy, I forgot your butterflies. Yay! Congratulations to you. And thank you. Thank you for getting the party started. Thank you for getting everything going, getting everyone hyped. Thank you. Doc77 TV says, I've been seeing rumors that Melly and Portland are being tried together. Well, funny you should mention that, because we have first up on our list of stuff to deal with today is going to be the Melly trial, or not Melly trial. Oh no, not emotionally prepared for that again yet. It is going to be the Melly hearing. It should be very short. We're going to watch that. And then that starts at 9 Eastern. And then, so in about 7 minutes, but knowing this court, it'll probably be late. So who knows? So we have that. And then there's a press conference for the Gilgo Beach murder suspect, Long Island serial killer murder suspect, Rex Heuermann. And so that starts at 9:30. So we will go straight from this to that. Both of these things should only take a few minutes. I don't expect either of them to be very long, but they will possibly be very informative. So we will watch these, and then we will go right on into Piketon County Massacre trial, day 7, right where we left off. As far as them being tried together, that is not, we don't know that yet. It is something that the defense does not want. It is something that the prosecution asked for. Right now, Melly's trial date is set for October 2nd. Now, what that means is they are going to start jury selection on October 2nd. It is listed in the court docket as jury trial, but all that means is that that the jury selection starts that day. There's also a hearing on, or a calendar call, I think is how they have it listed actually, on September 22nd, I think is what it was, calendar call. So today, the hearing is about deposing the witness. So here's what happened. They had a deposition done for Detective Moretti. Now, in order to depose somebody twice, you have to have both defense and prosecution agree to have a witness deposed twice. So defense has filed a motion to, I posted it on Twitter, or X, whatever. Don't we all have enough X's? Why does it have to be X? Anyway, so I posted it on Twitter, and what they're wanting to do, what defense is wanting to do, is to do another deposition with Detective Moretti. Their reasoning for this is because they said that Detective Moretti, during the first deposition, they did not talk to him about the cell phone stuff, and how they got up there and they made a big deal about him being able to testify to the cell phone stuff and all of that. So they're saying that they filed a motion to be able to depose him again because they said that they didn't talk to him about it the first time because they didn't know he was going to be testifying about those things. So they are now asking for the judge to rule to let them depose him again. Now, that is one thing. That is not the most recent thing, though. Let me pull it up. There was this morning, I think it was just the court notice. Let's see. All right. Let's get this party started. All right, let me see. I think I got that song in my head now. Oh, the only other thing this morning was the official court notice for today. No biggie. Now, I will tell you that Boom tweeted this morning that Melly has changed his lawyer team a little bit. Now, let's take a look at Melly's lawyers. We have Stu, we have David, and we have Raven. If you were going to get rid of one of those three, let's take a poll. If you were going to vote one off the island, who would it be? If you were going to replace one of these with a whole new attorney, I'm just going to see how overwhelming this is. Vote one off the island. Raven, Stu, David. Let's see. I'm curious. I think David is the only one worth keeping. I'm going to give it just a second before I continue with my announcement. So right now, 86% say Raven, 13% say Stu, and 1% says David. Hello, Madam CJ Nowalka. You're just in time for the poll. If we are taking a poll that if you had to replace one of the lawyers, Lynn from SC says, I think David can handle it all by himself. Funny you should mention that. Funny you should mention that. So we got 91 votes. We'll get to 100, and then I'll tell you what happened. $94 votes. We need 6 more, and then I'll close the poll. It's too early for this mess. It's never too early. It's never too early to vote somebody off the island. 97 votes. Let's do 3 more. Let's do 3 more votes. All right, now we're okay. So now we're at 102 votes. All right, so it was announced this morning. Now 86% of you, 86% of you said that. Oh, now it's changed to 84. There was a couple more votes at the very end. 84% said that they would have replaced Raven. 13% said Stu, and 1% said David. Well, apparently, they announced this morning that David is off the team. And he has been replaced. Why David is off the team is beyond me, because that man did a dang good job. I think he should have done the closings. I think he should have done a lot of, I mean, I don't get it. I think that Stu did a fantastic job, other than, like I've said before, like those last few days, he let his emotions get ahead of him, which did not come across well to, anybody watching, really. So I get that. But other than that, when he lost his cool, other than that, he did a great job leading up to this. David, I said it over and over, he is a fantastic lawyer. There are things that I didn't even agree with what he's saying, but the way that he conducts himself, it's like he had me even believe in some of the stuff he was saying. And he does a great job at arguing for every little thing. And he keeps his composure while he's doing it, which makes him more believable. And then Raven was also there. I don't understand. I don't get it. David could have handled that whole entire case on his own. But what do I know? I know a lot, actually. Let's be honest. And I don't get it at all. The way he was poking holes, he did such a fantastic job as an attorney. I was really impressed with him. There was, I think, once or twice where I was like, all right, but in those moments, he didn't have a whole lot to work with anyway. So, but overall, I was so impressed with him as an attorney. And I am shocked that I can only remember the one cross-examination by Raven, and it was not good. It was not effective. She didn't seem to grasp it. All she did was make it clear for the jury because she couldn't understand it. So, Collins kept having to re-explain it for her. I don't get it, but Stephanie Willis, I agree that his demeanor is better suited to this than Stu's. Stu did. Now let me say though, Stu did a great job. Until those last times when he just lost it, he did a great job until those moments, though. I really believe that. I have a lot of good things to say about Stu and David.
Sure. Good morning.
Yeah, why else would you have a real estate attorney?
Test.
RDB, I did last night too, actually. I made it like hello, Morgan. Welcome. Look, y'all, that marble just gives me flashbacks already. They could have done this before they turned on the microphone. Here, let's mute that for just a second while he's pounding on it. All right, there we go. Ugh. All right, calm down, dude. Calm down.
Yes, sir. Everybody's the same on your team? I don't think so.
Talk about it.
Huh? What's the issue? Somebody else? Did she do anything else? No. At least I'm told.
So he just said, is everybody the same on your team? And he said, no, Mr. Howard is being replaced. So
Got that call shortly before he is on his way.
yeah, Trey Pearl.
What's your name, sir? Walker.
I think I'll skip O Marble as an act. I think I'll keep my ship
But
out.
also, Delira, Roberto, PvP.
I am stunned. I'm stunned. Look, here's my thing too. I don't think that I've told y'all I've spent a lot of time going over this, and based on evidence and facts alone, I don't believe that
The only
Melly
one
is
I can't
innocent.
figure out that stayed with me so long is my wife.
Him and his joke. But I think that David would have been, you know, his best choice as an attorney. I mean, look at all the things he was able to get kept out of all this.
Excuse me, superstar.
I told her.
That looks like what's it? It looks like what's his name? What's his name? Why is it? Yeah, that's school shooter attorney. This is the same county. What is his name? Why can't I think of it? Yes, that's it. Yes. 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 This one, the audio was
Actually, here, give me 2 seconds. So it's 4 seconds on that. She is doing 11:50. Like 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds is much easier. 4 seconds is hard. Yes. No, I can subtract 10 seconds. Well, don't subtract. Okay, no, I'll do this in 10 seconds. Okay. There was a way I was thinking that I said you sold it. Sorry. I would
Oh, there they go again. Hello. No, they haven't started yet. You know they're always late.
Gary, anybody else want to bring up?
Well, I waited for the last four guys on that one here. I didn't know the lawyers were here yet.
I think Mr. Blank has hearings. I mean, he's got a motion to suppress or something.
No.
But we get somebody else up here so we can move some.
Yeah, I can have him go back down to.
Having all kinds of problems. All right. This one is David A. Howard. He's the one they replaced. Not my circus, I guess. Let me pull him up. Melly Gale, happy anniversary. 2 whole months. 2 whole months.
Wow. I didn't say no.
Oh. Audio. Jamie Benjamin is the new attorney. You can hear those.
We get up on Zoom, please. Gary, are you there?
Yes, Judge, I had.
Good morning. This is on State of Florida versus Jamel Demmons. Present is Mr. Demmons. Mr. Demmons, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you want to state your appearance?
Christine Brown, on behalf of the state.
Stay right, I'll stay first.
And I see Miss Liberty, you're on Zoom.
Yes, Judge, good morning.
Good morning. We expecting anybody else? That's it.
Jamie Benjamin is on, and so is Danielle Erickson, who will be joining our team.
Counsel, want to state your appearances? Can you hear me?
You're on mute still, Your
Good morning, Your Honor. Daniel Aronson. We have not filed our notice of appearance, but we're anticipating we will be doing it very shortly.
Jamie is still on mute.
I'll represent the same for Mr. Benjamin.
All right. And when would you anticipate if you're going to file an appearance filing with counsel?
Sometime early next week.
All right. So, counsel, you stated your appearance, correct?
Yeah, I did.
All right. So let's get talk about what's going on. I know there was a motion. Miss Liberty, you filed a motion.
Yes, Judge, which I know you reviewed. So I didn't receive an objection from the state, and that's what we had reset for, to give her time to review it.
Understood. So there's nothing you want to add to your motion, correct?
Well, If the state wants to argue, I did have a chance, because this was not put in order, I did provide Mr. Adelstein with an email between the state attorney and all of us stating that she was not going to put Detective Moretti on to testify to the maps, which is exactly what happened in the trial. So I would just like the chance to redepose him on that subject.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, this time defense has not shown good cause for a second deposition. In the motion, they represented that there are 4 areas Detective Moretti testified to. Cell towers, the distance of cell tower sector bands, cell phone data records interpretation, and data that is generated from the health application. As to the cell towers, there is no testimony from Detective Moretti on that issue. As to the distance of the cell tower bands, again, no testimony from Detective Moretti on that issue. That was covered by Brendan Collins of the FBI. There was no interpretation of the cell phone data records done by Detective Moretti. It was just a simple plotting of the points that were in T-Mobile records, which were already in evidence. And in terms of the health data, that was known to defense counsel since at least February of 2022, that was relied upon. In addition, Your Honor, I would indicate that if you review the court file, will show that on August 8th of 2019, the state filed the cell phone mapping of those records. That's up in all discovery. They were well on notice of that prior to the 2021 deposition of Detective Moretti. In addition, during the 2021 deposition of Detective Moretti, starting on page 43 through 45, there was questions asked of Detective Moretti about the cell phone analysis. I have that excerpt for Your Honor to review if need be. With regards to any additional deposition, again, they have to show good cause, and this was a demand for speedy trial. We're still traveling under that. So at this point, the state would say that it would be inappropriate to grant a second deposition.
Judge, may I respond?
Sure.
As far as this gets came back from the Apple Health data, she didn't, the state attorney themselves didn't bring it to our attention until well after, almost a year after we deposed Detective Moretti. If Mr. Adelstein would show you the email that she sent stating that Moretti was not going to be testifying to these things. And thirdly, my motion, I had actually went to the transcripts of the trial testimony of Detective Moretti writing that motion. So in fact, he did testify. She goes specifically to the distance. It was on the cross-examination. Mr. Adelstein asked him about the distance. He responded totally different than what the FBI had responded. So I believe we have shown good cause. And we would like to redepose Detective Moretti specifically on those items set forth in the motion and what he had testified to at the trial.
Thank you. Anything else to discuss?
As far as that motion,
Yes.
no, I think, Ms. Liberty stated.
All right, all the four rulings, you wanted me to see your transcript. I'll take a look at your transcript. She said you were going to provide me something in email. I haven't
The
seen it.
email has not, I could show, you have, no, you're.
Sir, if you could just show the judge the email, it would be the last paragraph of the email, Judge.
Yes, so I can totally pull that one up at the end of the time.
She just emailed it.
Why don't you just email it to my office. Any objection if you just emails it to my office?
No, you're right. I just didn't read you the actual email. I can print it out if you tell me to.
When did you receive it, right? President?
Sure, hold on, I would come off of this. It would have been almost a year ago because it would have been close to when we were
Excuse me.
doing the number. So
Thank you. You were-
I would have to actually go. I just took a screenshot, Judge, this morning to give it to Mr. Adelstein.
They keep trying to get her to shut up.
What we'll do is.
Just talk about it and give me a copy.
Fair
All
enough.
right?
Fair enough.
All right, so anything else on this case?
There's one other issue. I would ask the court to consider setting the trial from October 2nd to the following week, October 9th, I think. Would be the date. As I indicated, unbeknownst to me, my wife had planned a trip roll it over. But I would ask the board to consider setting the trial.
What's it say? So, this will short order. I guess, to commence, this would well within the speedy trial, issue, correct?
A waiver if it was on there. I believe that it's intent on the first.
That's my calculation.
Tell me, you think that this is a waiver for speeding? Is that what you're saying?
They were asking for a time outside of the 90 days. That would be a delay attributable to the defense, which would then waive any right to ask for any dismissed under that.
But
It's not outside of the 90 days.
what we agreed within the 90 days. So there's no way.
All I'm trying to, I thought I heard a waiver, and I want to make sure everybody's on the same page, all right?
I think we're on the same page. It's not a waiver of speedy trial. It's within the 90-day period of time.
So, October 9th is a Monday, right?
Yes.
And when is your trip?
It starts September 27th. I believe it's 26 or 27 during the 4th. Which is a Wednesday.
So, we're all good, so there's no objection to that. That's requested, just reset the trial for October, I'm sorry. It is a short order, so everybody knows we're set for October 9th.
All right, so that's a trial change because we just got vacation.
And here's a copy of the email.
Thank you. Is there anything else to discuss?
No, sir.
Thank you all.
I finally was rid of the mute. I just wanted to say hello this morning. Jamie Benjamin, waiting to come in as attorney of record on the case, but we haven't been able to do that yet.
Understood. That's what your colleague indicated, that hopefully next week you'll make some determination whether you're in or out. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Judge, would you want me to send you the excerpts from Detective Moretti's testimony regarding my motion? Pardon me?
Excuse me, Counsel. I try to read everything you tell me you want me to look at, and if you haven't brought it up yet, I mean, you need to send it to the state. I don't know if she's going to want to rebut something that was in there by another people. If you want to send something, you let the state know, and send copies to everybody. The hearing's concluded.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're ready.
Counsel, good morning. COVID. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Can you hear everything?
Yes, sir. There's Greg Collins and Appalachia Johnson. They don't want to bring them up together, and I can wait.
And Arthur Wall speaking for Ron Derek McLemore, Your Honor. And I spoke to Mr. McLemore and he understands the situation, and I have authority to waive his appearance this morning.
All right, so I guess this was set to try to figure out if we can get a trial date or figure out when we think we'd be ready for trial.
You want to take the lead on that?
We're having trouble with this thing. Prosecutor indicated she can't be available in October. So I'll be saying that. 3 days.
Yes.
3 days, I'll set that decision on those days. Hopefully we'll have a better idea of those cases.
And are those dates good for your colleagues?
What day? 24th. Yeah.
Yes? And
Judge, good morning, Diana Twain on behalf of the state. To be clear, it wasn't until yesterday that counsel reached out to me to for dates. And so, of course, if we are at the beginning of August, I don't have any availability based on my trial schedule and pre-trials and everything that's going on the next 2 months. So end of October, much more availability. It looks like we're going to be able to set that position for the first time in this case.
That's correct. That was out 3 weeks in July. I had COVID again, second. So I was out of service for 3 weeks. And I had a
We're not aware of any of those technical issues. Oh, we got to work.
If there are these guys are traveling internationally, too, I was watching some of their things, but.
That's jet lag.
I'm healthy, I'm right here.
My only issue, Council, is the 2019 case and has to get this. So why don't we do this? Your deposition at the end of October, why don't we put it in for another status the first part of November and pick a date then that are works for
That's going
everybody.
to be my request, Judge.
So, Council, for each of you, just take one at a time. Your clients previous to a speedy trial, I take it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, for 1 year, not the one.
So the defense continues then on everybody's part.
Yes, sir.
And then we set it for a status in November. If something comes up, just contact my JA, put it on the docket. All right.
Very good.
All right, guys. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge.
I gave him that. I gave him that. We're good. First part of November. Friday.
He said, I'm going home.
November 10th.
Very good.
State 10th.
Yes.
10th. November 10th.
Well, that's that one. I'm about to do a poll while I pull up the press conference. Do you think the attorney swap out will help or hurt Melly's defense? Help? Hurt? I don't know. So, we have court date now set for October 9th. All right, where is... yeah, 9th will start jury selection. All right, let's see. Did they change the press conference again? For what's it called? Portland's will more than likely get pushed out. Melly's takes, I tweeted it out the other day, but basically, Melly's takes priority because he has been. Did they change the press conference? Am I crazy? I saw the press release yesterday that there was supposed to be a press conference for Rex. Am I crazy? I mean, I could be crazy. No, he is not the attorney, but he is in the same county. Oh, it's at 10:30. It's 9:30 my time. I was thinking 9:30 Eastern. So we have an hour. So I'm crazy. Or just confused, but either way, that's okay. So we have about an hour until that. All right, so let's see. So far in our poll, most of you say, I don't know if it's going to hurt him or help him. 41%, 47% say, I don't know. 41% say hurt, and only 12% say help. Let's see. Portland's will more than likely get pushed out. Let's pull some court docs while we wait, because y'all know I love me some court documents because you can rely on those more than you can rely on people. All right, let's see. Broward County. I checked Melly's papers this morning and there was nothing. Let's check Cortland. Oh. I can do that. I haven't done that again in a while. I did it that first day that Ed said it, and then I haven't done it since. Let me do that while I'm looking up court docs. All righty, let's see. So there's still nothing in his document here. I guess I could show y'all this so that you can see too. Yeah, nothing has changed for him. He has no new hearings listed. He's still listed for jury trial, but they have, he does have the calendar call on the 22nd. So you know, his is likely to change. And then as far as documents, he doesn't have anything new. Nothing new. And then I can pull it again. I pulled it earlier, but this was just the court date notice today, and then this was the court date notice for about October 2nd, which we'll see a new one, and then the order for the trial. This is the defense. Okay, so this is what this whole hearing was about today. So this is what they said. Let me move this so you can see. This is what they were arguing over today. So this is the request for, and I explained it a little bit, but for those of you who came in late or who are joining us, the request for re-deposition of Detective Mark Moretti. So they're saying the Florida rule is that no person shall be deposed more than once except by consent of the parties or by order of the court issued on good cause shown. So they have to have good cause. That's what Christine Bradley was telling them this morning. They have to have good cause in order for the court to rule on it. Otherwise, they both have to agree to have him redeposed. So, and this is from defense. So prior to the filing of this motion, the undersigned attorney attempted to amicably resolve the present issue. However, the state attorney will not agree to the re-deposition of Detective Mark Moretti. During the trial, Detective Moretti presented testimony regarding cell towers, the distance of the cell tower sector bands. He interpreted cell phone data records and testified to the data generated from certain health applications. Although Detective Moretti was previously deposed, it was only pertaining to his previous law enforcement investigation and reports, and at no time was the defendant on notice that the detective would be testifying to the above referenced subjects. She says the defendant has not only good cause for this request, but the re-deposition of the detective is necessary for the preparation of the defendant's defense. Matters relating to granting or limiting discovery rest within the sound discretion of the trial judge. So they're saying that because of him talking about his testimony regarding cell towers, the distance of the cell tower sector bands, his interpretation of cell phone data records, and testifying to the data generated from certain health applications, that they need to depose him again. So they are all going to be emailing the judge whatever she was screeching about in the background, the email and stuff, and the transcripts of the testimony of what she says he was testifying to. And then we'll see what he says. So that is all right now that is filed. Why can't they just use his testimony to prepare? Well, I think that wanting to redepose him is mostly because they are wanting to. I don't know if y'all have taken time to go through any of these court documents. There's more than one reason I'm not a fan of Raven. And it's not just because I think she's shady and because I think that her one opportunity to get up there and do a cross-examination, she blew it. It's more than that. I don't like her attitude. I don't like the way she talks to people. I don't like her cattiness. I'm not a fan. I don't like some of her history. And if you go through and read some of the depositions where she's talked to people and the way she's talked to people. I think I try to keep some of my opinions out of this, but man, I'm not a fan. I am not a fan. Raven says, Judge, I just took a YouTube course on cell tower coverage. I want to ask intelligent questions now. Here's the thing that's funny. Her putting in a request for deposing Moretti on cell phone stuff is laughable to me, because she's the one who did the cross-examination of Agent Collins on the cell phone stuff. And the fact that go back and watch that one. Go back and watch what a train wreck it was. 6 times during her cross-examination, she kept talking about, so you're saying that his cell phone pinged off of this and this, and 6 times he had to correct her. No, that's not what I'm saying. This is the engineering report. This just shows that the towers saw the phone. So she's trying to take one report and ask questions about it to make it sound like it's not an accurate report, but she's talking about the wrong report. It was so frustrating to watch, because by the 3rd or 4th or 5th time he's explaining it, I'm just wanting to pull my hair out. If you know, she is probably a great real estate attorney. She just didn't impress me on this one. And when, I can deal with somebody not impressing me on one thing, because Lord knows there's pressure to get up there. But then when I see the way that she speaks to people, not a fan. Not a fan. Let's see. Say that. Michelle, thank you. It works. Shouldn't they have an expert testify about the cell phones? What about the telematics on the car they were driving? So they did have an expert testify on the cell phones. It was Agent Collins from the FBI, which is the one I was just mentioning before I got to your comment. The one I was just talking about that she blew it. So they're wanting to redepose him based on his testimony, because he also talked about the cell phones. But the thing is, Agent Collins was there to give, all of the information, and, and Agent Collins did a great job going over what's what and the difference in, accuracy and precision, and how they were able to, do all that and what everything means. He did a great job. Moretti, his testimony was to go over the entirety of what's happening. So Moretti wasn't up there as just a cell phone expert. He was giving the information on how he corroborated the cell phone data. So if he's looking at this saying, remember how he's saying, okay, the cell phone reports show that he's in this area of this band, and we corroborated this because we pulled this camera footage where it shows where he's right here, and this is how. So he wasn't up there just to do the cell phone stuff, but they're wanting to redepose him because he testified to some of the cell phone stuff as part of his investigation. Ugh. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. The way she talks to the young men's mothers. Bam, Wilma, say that. That is exactly. I was reading one of those depositions and my jaw dropped. I am not a fan. Not a fan. Can we read the depositions? Yes, there are. Not all of the depositions are available online, but the ones that I'm talking about are. If you go to Broward County Clerk, Have y'all read some of those other depositions from the other trial or from the other lawsuit, the civil suit? Y'all want to get some dirt? Go to that one. You'll find out about Track. You'll find out about Jamie. I like dirt. Hey, let's do Messy Friday. We'll go pull it up. We got a few minutes till the press conference starts. Alley Cat. Thank you. Thanks for suffering through this again with us, Brandy. You're the bestest. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. October's going to be busy, y'all. We got Melly on October 9th. We've got Coburger supposedly starting on October 2nd. We'll see how that goes. We have the OnlyFans, Courtney Clinty or whatever her name is. That one starts like October 5th. Somebody else. Who did I have on my calendar? Somebody else. Oh, Caitlin Armstrong, the cyclist. She starts like October 25th or something. So, yep. All right, let's see. Let me pull up. May 7. All righty. Oh, October 30th. Oh, yep, you're right. It clearly says 30. I don't know why I saw 25. Y'all, this is how psycho I am. My little calendar thing, I don't have like people's birthdays and anniversaries. I have murder trials and sentencings and hearings. Not a normal cookie. Not a normal cookie at all. That's okay. Normal is boring. Normal is boring. All right. I've got Gilgo Beach murders coverage pulled up. And while we're doing that, I will pull court docs for Messy Melly. All righty, let's see. What's interesting, let me see if I can. All right. I love how y'all are patient with me because you know that I can only multitask so much and I have to do 12 things at once when we have days like this where we're going from one thing to the other. And I have to pull docs on this camera and then or on this screen and then get the next one ready over here on this screen and then do this on this screen. And I can only do so much at once. And then I just get quiet and y'all just talk amongst yourselves while I'm having to deal with my own insanity. And for that, I love y'all. All right, let's see. I am going to pull. I've got, while we're waiting, I've got the Gilgo Beach. We are expected to hear Jane Doe number 7, the identity of Jane Doe number 7. So this is going to be a huge one. All right, Broward Clerk. This, oops, wrong one. All righty. Let's see here while we're waiting. Yes, I did. I got the text yesterday. And I will 100% be covering it, especially because it's a wild case, number one. And also because Mark is my friend now. So he's got a high profile case. I'm going to cover it. And how nice is that 13 Juror has the N on that one. So let's see. I am pretty sure. Yes. Actually, let me text Mark real quick. All righty. Weird, isn't it? Such a weird life. Such a weird life. Mark's new case. I'll go over that too. What would y'all rather me here? Let me do this. We have a few minutes for this. I can either, I'll do a poll. We can either use our time to go over Mark's new case or the messy Melly documents. what do you want to do for the next few minutes until the presser? Alrighty. That man is huge. He's 6'6". Yeah, my dad was like that. My dad is 6'8". It's crazy, isn't it? All right, let me. Nine. Dang it, come on. Eight. Okay. I had to change my settings because it was freezing again. That should be better. I think. There we go. All right. I don't know why. It's only StreamYard that does that. Okay. Sorry. Good morning. For those of you just joining us, my StreamYard has been acting up lately, so I just swapped a few things because I don't want it to mess up during this hearing. So I swapped some of my stuff around, and when I just zone out and get quiet, it's because I'm focusing. I basically do everything but like stick my tongue out to make, to make myself focus harder. But that seems to have worked. Because I don't want, this is going to be a huge press conference, and I don't want this to go down during this press conference. Because that would be awful to of all things to lose that. Okay, so 69% said Mark's new case. This is great. I may have figured out what bot's not working. Okay, there we go. All right. Oh. Okay. Let's see. I hate tech stuff. But I think I have it now. I think I have it now. For now. Who knows? All right. Pop out. Live. Hide. Okay. All right. I think we're good now. Man. JT in the building, please load. JT. What have I told y'all? Every time I have tech issues, I'm like, I need JT. And then anytime like I'm able to fix anything on my own, I'm like, JT would be so proud. Oh, hello. Hello, True Crime and Wine Time. Good to see you. Good morning. Hello, JT. Hello. Yes, Brooklyn, we were just talking about that. This is going to be a huge, huge conference. Huge, 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 huge. Super excited. Big. Let me see. Let me test one more thing while JT's here. So that way, if I mess it up, he can fix it. See what I did there? I rely on JT too much, don't I? No, never. All right. So right now it's showing that it's working. All righty. Happy Friday. Hello, Rainy Rain. Good to see you. Good to see you. Come on in. I spoke JT up. Yes. If that's all it takes to get him here, I'll start doing it every day. It'll be like summoning him. We can all chant his name and he will appear. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, so hopefully we can figure out the commands. I didn't realize they're not working. Oh, yes, Edith, yes. JT and I will be on, we are friends and guests. We get to go hang out tonight with RA and Weather Watch on their podcast at, I think it's 8 Eastern, 7 Central. So, and I'm excited because we're all like internet friends. So we all get to go hang out together. So y'all make sure to check that out. It's going to be on RA's channel and Weather Watch. Very excited for that. Yes. 8 Eastern. All right. So let me get this pulled up. I have I think Jody will be after that. I think we're going to do Jody Arias after that. But I'll double check with Brother Brewmeister. All right. So did you hear about the remains that were found in suitcases? Let me get this pulled up. I thought I was really prepared for today, but then tech issues come in and it throws me all off my game. That's okay. We all love each other anyway. You're here. We're friends. Brother Brewmeister. All right. So, Delray Beach man arrested for murdering wife after human remains found in suitcases in intracoastal waterway. Now, if you have Twitter, social media, anything like that, you may have seen, what did I just do oh, there it is. Okay. Everything's fine. I'm just messing stuff up. No big deal. Everything's fine. Okay. All right. So if you've been on social media, let me get down to the sketch that they did because it don't. Okay. So you may have seen this sketch. There were remains found in multiple suitcases, and do I have a link to RH case files? What is RH case? Oh, Rex. Oh, I'm thinking about this one in Melly. I'll find it. Let me try to do one thing at a time because I didn't take my medicine today and I can't focus on more than one thing at a time. All right, so you may have seen this sketch. So they found remains in suitcases, and they tried to do a sketch on what she possibly could have looked like, tattooed eyebrows, you know, all of that. Now, what she actually looked like was not quite as, this is what she actually looked like. So this is Mark's new case. Now, this is going to be a big one. I mean, this has been all over Twitter. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. X. Yes, X, not Twitter. X. I don't think I'll ever not be able to call it Twitter. And I've only been on Twitter since like March or February. So, Delray Beach man arrested for murdering his wife. Human remains found in suitcases in Intracoastal Waterway. So this is what the media has released at this point. Delray Beach, Florida. Delray Beach police said a man is now under arrest for murdering his wife, whose remains were discovered inside 3 suitcases that were floating in the Intracoastal Waterway nearly 2 weeks ago. William Lowe, 78, was arrested Wednesday on charges of first-degree murder and abuse of a dead body. Police said the suitcases were found floating in the Intracoastal Waterway on July 21st. Inside were the remains of a woman who has been identified through dental records as, I need to find how to say her name, because Lord knows my, backwoods Georgia accent will get this wrong. Adil Barbosa Fontes. Maybe. I won't find out how to say it. I hate saying victims' names wrong. I don't care about whoever else's name I say wrong, but I hate saying victims' names wrong. Okay, a medical examiner said that her cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head. According to Lowe's arrest report, the first suitcase was located on the west side of the Intracoastal and had a human foot protruding through the zipper. Inside were human legs and several small landscaping rocks. On the outside of the suitcase was an airline barcode sticker with the name Barbosa on it. Let's see. So here's one of the suitcases. The report said a second suitcase had a human torso, quote, missing the head and hands, along with, quote, small landscaping rocks. A third suitcase found on the east side of Intracoastal had a, quote, human female pelvis and more landscaping rocks inside. One day later, on July 22nd, a tote bag was found in the water containing a female human head with a single gunshot wound behind the woman's ear with an exit wound behind the opposite ear, the arrest report stated. Police spoke to a witness who lives near the location of the third suitcase, who said that for several days prior to July 21st, he saw a man in his 50s or 60s. He don't look like he's 50s or 60s, though. I mean, because I'm 40. I hope that, never mind. I'm having an old person moment. I feel old. A man in his 50s or 60s looking at the suitcase in the water approximately 5 to 6 times over a 3-day period. Lowe's arrest report said that on the 23rd, Delray Beach police investigators found blood on a metal dock ladder in the area where the third suitcase was located. So now they've got blood on a ladder in that area. 3 witnesses working on a roof in the area said they too had seen the suitcases in the water. They stated it was apparent based on the odor that there was some type of remains in the suitcase. The report said, adding that the workers had seen a man in the area on July 21st looking at the suitcase. Additional witnesses said they had seen a man on July 20th using a metal pole to, quote, push or scrape something in the driveway. The arrest report stated that surveillance video showed Lowe climbing down on the dock ladder just after 7 on July 20th, then doing the same thing hours later, just before 4:15. So they said that they see him. The arrest report says that. A Delray Beach police detective said that on July 24th, he noticed a gold Ford Taurus in the area of the crime scene. A search of the license plate showed the vehicle was registered to Lowe. Authorities took Lowe to the Delray Beach Police Department on July 31st for questioning, where he said he was married to Fontes, adding that she had been in Brazil for, quote, about 3 weeks. When police asked Lowe when he had last spoken to Fontes, he replied, "I don't know." The report said police showed Lowe a photo of the suitcase found in water. He said that he had never seen them before, and he didn't know why his wife's name was on the airline barcode sticker. Police executed a search warrant at Lowe's Delray Beach apartment on July 31st. Blood was detected in the master bath shower drain, as well as the tub of the second bathroom, arrest report stated, along with, quote, drag marks in the living room, hallway, and master bathroom, as well as, quote, large amounts of blood in the living room, dining room, and master bathroom, and cleaning supplies with, quote, some containing blood spatter. A 9mm handgun was found in a desk drawer. Days later, on August 2nd, police searched a storage unit that Lowe had. Inside was a Ryobi chainsaw that appeared to have blood on the blade, chain, and housing, along with what appeared to be bone matter, flesh, and human hair in the housing of the saw. In court Thursday, Lowe entered a not guilty plea and was ordered to be held without bond. So, he is gonna, we'll see what happens. It's crazy too, because as soon as, I've been seeing all of this going on, on Twitter, X, whatever. I've been seeing where they were trying to find her. I saw the sketch where they were trying to figure out who she is and all of that. And then, saw everything else. And I was like, wow, this is huge. This is a huge case. And then I saw where they identified her. And then, and I was like, wow, that's so crazy. And then I saw where, Mark is representing him. And it made me think about, remember when he was on with us and he said that part of being a defense attorney is protecting your client, not protecting your client's rights during a trial. Oh, I thought it was starting. A little thing jumped and I thought it was starting. So we'll see. It's crazy because this, Mark had tweeted, he said, let me see what his words were. Saying, this man was however old he said he was, that he had never been in any kind of trouble. He's a decorated war veteran. So I'm curious to see what all information comes out and what happens with that. So we'll definitely be following that one. Defense attorney is Mark Shiner. Why is this? I can get some water before this starts. Okay. It's Pajama Friday. It was also Pajama Thursday, for those of you wondering. Different pajamas, though. I don't know why this is going so slow. You know what? Let me not mess with that one here. I'll pull it up right here. The other one that he had told us about when he was on the show, where they had proof that, like with the video evidence and stuff, that they had proof that the victim of the sexual assault was lying. I mean, they literally had video evidence showing that she was lying about everything. They offered, after they saw that, they offered him a plea deal for misdemeanors. Let me see. His tweet on that said, former Miami-Dade police officer charged with rape of a high-powered lawyer he was offered a misdemeanor to resolve his case next Wednesday. He wants to go to trial, but it's hard to turn down this resolution. The government has so much power. We need to constantly keep them in check. So the thing about that is that it is one of those situations where juries are unpredictable. So even though having the video evidence where she's lying through her teeth, it's hard to turn down just a misdemeanor, because if you do go to trial and, jury sees whatever they see, I mean, every time I think about juries are unpredictable, I always think about Casey Anthony. All right. So this is what he says about the Delray Beach man. He says, my client, William Lowe, lived 78 years. See, 78. I knew he didn't look 50s or 60s. Lived 78 years without so much as a speeding ticket. He is a retired Marine and a Purple Heart recipient. William is very well liked by everyone and is looking forward for the whole truth to come out in court. So that is...
Yeah, as far as we can without cutting off our friend here. Here, one second. Like that?
Yeah, sure. Wherever everyone's comfortable. Good morning, everyone. We're here. I'm here with our fellow task force members to announce the identity of what has formerly been known as Fire Island Jane Doe. On April 20th, 1996, female remains consisting of legs and feet were found on the bayside shore of Fire Island, about a mile west of Davis Park Beach. Then, approximately 15 years later, on April 11, 2011, additional remains consisting of a skull were discovered at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. That skull was found following the discovery of the remains of Jessica Taylor, and the skull was found on the same day as the remains of what is commonly come to be referred to as Peaches was found on Jones Beach. Thereafter, in July of 2011, the Suffolk County Crime Lab linked the two sets of remains via DNA analysis. And by that, I mean the legs that were found in the vicinity of Davis Park Street in Manhattan, and was believed to be working as an escort at the time of her disappearance. There was no missing persons complaint filed at the time of that disappearance. In August of 2022, approximately 6 months after we formed this Gilgo task force, a DNA profile suitable for genealogical comparison was developed from the remains of Karen Vergata. In September of 2022, the FBI was able via a genetic genealogy review to identify Ms. Vergata presumptively as Fire Island Jane Doe. Thereafter, in October of 2022, using a buccal swab from a relative of Karen Vergata, we were able to definitively identify her. Prior to disclosing this information, of course, we needed to contact all of Ms. Vergata's family members. And additionally, at around the same time, we were beginning our grand jury confidential investigation into what has been known as the Gilgo 4, that is the murders of Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello.
Really, StreamYard of all times?
So we decided we were not going to make any public comment at this time. However, since that...
Oh my God,
Errol Toulon, ASAC Spencer Horn from the FBI. I want to thank the New York State Police, Suffolk County Police Department, Rodney Harrison, who couldn't make it here. I understand Chief Rowan is here in his place instead. But I want to thank them for not only their work on this case, but for all their work in the task force going forward. It's important to note that there are no charges at this time. Miss Vergata's disappearance was in 1996, which is 27 years ago. We are going to continue to work this particular case as we did the Gilgo 4 investigation. We're going to have no comment on what, if any, suspects we developed at this time. This is a confidential investigation, so I'm not going to be taking any questions. But our investigation is continuing, and thank you all very much. No questions. If you want to talk about something regarding the Gilgo 4, I'm happy to talk offline to you. But today, this press conference is about Ms. Vergata, and that we've been able to identify her, and that we're continuing our investigation not only with regard to the Gilgo 4, but all of the victims on Gilgo. So thank you all very much.
Can you detail why this is significant?
Cause of death?
There's nothing else you can say about Ms. Vergata?
Where's she from? Yep. Okay, so folks, Shannon, our deputy press secretary, has a digital version of this, which she can send out to you all. we can either do it just to our press list, which you probably are already on, or if you want to give your emails, we can do it individually, but that'll take forever. So, but we'll get you the actual digital version too.
Clear. Yeah, let's take a clear it, guys. Guys, before you go. Okay.
So Tanya Lopez, she's out today, but Shannon Wilson is our deputy press commissioner, press person. But you can just email our press box. Let me say I apologize, but it's been like a fire hose. Yeah, so we'll. He's not going to come back out. But,
I want to go back. I want to hear that. It was only about 5 minutes. I want to listen to that one more time because I started having technical issues. It wasn't even 5 minutes. Yeah, it was 5 minutes.
To announce the identity of what has formerly been known as Fire Island Jane Doe. On April 20th, 1996, female remains consisting of legs and feet were found on the bayside shore of Fire Island, about a mile west of Davis Park Beach. Then, approximately 15 years later, on April 11th, 2011, additional remains consisting of a skull were discovered at Tobay Beach in Nassau County. That skull was found following the discovery of the remains of Jessica Taylor, and the skull was found on the same day as the remains of what is commonly come to be referred to as Peaches was found on Jones Beach. Thereafter, in July of 2011, the Suffolk County Crime Lab linked the two sets of remains via DNA analysis. And by that, I mean the legs that were found in the vicinity of Davis Park Street in Manhattan, and was believed to be working as an escort at the time of her disappearance. There was no missing persons complaint filed at the time of that disappearance. In August of 2022, approximately 6 months after we formed this Gilgo task force, a DNA profile suitable for genealogical comparison was developed from the remains of Karen Vergata. In September of 2022, the FBI was able via a genetic genealogy review to identify Ms. Vergata presumptively as Fire Island Jane Doe. Thereafter, in October of 2022, using a buccal swab from a relative of Karen Vergata, we were able to definitively identify her. Prior to disclosing this information, of course, we needed to contact all of Ms. Vergata's family members. And additionally, at or around the same time, we were beginning our grand jury confidential investigation into what has been known as the Gilgo 4, that is the murders of
Oh, it's not me.
Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Melissa Bartholomew, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello.
Y'all, I was panicking thinking that was my stream. That's not my stream. That's their stream.
So we decided we were not going to make any public comment at this time. However, since that
I see this now, Alyssa.
Sheriff Errol Toulon, ASAC Spencer Horn from the FBI. I want to thank the New York State Police, Suffolk County Police Department, Rodney Harrison, who couldn't make it here. I understand Chief Rowan is here in his place instead. But I want to.
I was sitting there panicking, thinking that my stream was doing something. and it was law and crime. At least it wasn't me this time. All right, so Karen Vergata is Karen Vergata missing. Let's see if we can find. Oh, there was a petition by her dad. His last contact with her was Valentine's Day, 1996. And he petitioned to have her, oh gosh, that's so sad. He petitioned to have her pronounced dead. Images. Very sad. I don't see any that I know would be her. Super sad. So many dismemberment, which is ironic because we had just said with our interview with what was it, Monday or Tuesday? What day was that? Everything's running together. With Joe Scott Howard, he was just saying that what an increase in dismemberment cases there were. All right. So before we get started on going back to Pike County, let me introduce y'all to our new trial. And boy, it's a doozy. I have two people mostly, especially one. Who copy everything I do. As soon as I make an announcement on what trial I'm doing, then the same thing. As soon as I make a joke, same joke. So I was trying not to announce stuff, but you know what? F them. If they want to copy me, they can copy me. I care more about y'all knowing what we're doing and what you want to know than I do about someone who can't come up with their own content. All right, here we go. So this is what's coming up, y'all. This one is a crazy one. So man to stand trial again in deaths of wife and alleged hitman. This is a doozy. All right. So his name is Thomas Randolph, not to be confused with Travis Rudolph, totally different trial. Thomas Randolph, you may have seen him on TV. He's been on everything. He's a doozy. He's a doozy. I'm going to pull up court clips from his last, where he had his pigtails and everything. Yes, Terry. Yes, where he had his pigtails. Yeah. Yeah. This is what we're starting Tuesday. This is the one that I said is going to be really complex because there's a lot of stuff that has happened to get us to this part. Oh boy. Okay. So he is okay, a former death row prisoner. Now, he was convicted and sentenced to death row. His conviction was overturned in 2020, and so now he is being retried for the killing of his 6th wife. Although he's no longer in danger of being sentenced to death. He is 68 years old. He first stood trial 6 years ago for the 2008 deaths of his wife, Sharon, and the man prosecutor says he hired to kill her. So this is his wife and the hitman that he hired to kill his wife. So he killed the hitman too. He was sentenced to death. Okay, I'm sorry. Allegedly. He allegedly killed the hitman. He was sentenced to death, but Nevada Supreme Court in 2020 reversed the conviction and punishment in a unanimous decision, which they did the right thing, and I'll get to that. Finding that jurors should not have heard evidence about the 1986 death of Randolph's second wife in Utah. Okay, so this gets wild, y'all. Prosecutors during the original trial of the death of his 6th wife noted similarities between the two killings because the other wife was killed as well. But the Supreme Court said the evidence was, quote, problematic because Randolph was acquitted in the death of Becky Randolph. Okay, so he stood trial for the murder of his second wife, and he was acquitted. This man has had 6 wives, and 4 of them are dead. They call him the widower for this reason. 6 wives, 4 of them are dead. He stood trial for the death of for a murder trial for the death of his second wife, and he was acquitted. They did not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. He was acquitted. So in this trial, they brought up similarities between this. It kind of gives you staircase vibes, doesn't it? Like a little bit, how, was Peterson, the 2 wives both fell down the stairs and whatever. Anyway, so the prosecutor was telling the court and the jury that there were similarities in the death of the other wife that he stood trial for and this one. You can't do that, of course, we know this, because he was acquitted on it, so they can't use it against him. It's like prior bad acts type thing. So the Supreme Court said that the evidence was problematic because Randolph was acquitted in the death of Becky. Okay, so a new trial for Randolph is set to begin with jury selection on Tuesday. Defense attorneys said they expect the trial to stretch 2 to 3 weeks. So this is where we're going to be for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Jury selection is supposed to start Tuesday. So we are going to continue on with Pike County until the actual opening statements start. But just so y'all know, this is where we're going. And I'm going to put together some more information on it. So we'll do like a whole intro on it on probably on Monday, maybe Tuesday, depending. But I'm going to show y'all some clips, though. This is a wild ride. All right, prosecutors are no longer seeking the death penalty because of his age. Let's see. He has maintained his innocence in her killing since he was arrested in January 2009. We look forward to the actual facts coming out at trial, defense attorney Josh Tomczyk said Wednesday. He was originally convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder. 4 of Randolph's previous wives were dead when he went to trial in 2017. Randolph was the subject of a 3-part NBC, quote, a three-part of an NBC Dateline series titled The Widower that was released in February 2021. If you haven't seen that, is it still available? Can you get it on like YouTube or anything? Or I know it's not on Peacock anymore because I looked last night. I was curious. But if y'all have documentaries on him, let us know where, because it's been a while since I've seen the one that came out, the three-part series. I remember it was like mid-February when it came out. I remember this. And I remember how crazy it was. But I don't know that they have that on there anymore. I know they don't have it on Peacock. His name is Thomas Randolph. All right, so prosecutors in the initial trial said Randolph stood to gain more than $360,000 in insurance money from her death after she was found fatally shot in. Oh, and the 911 call is, y'all, there's so much to this. Oh, I keep hitting my microphone. There's so much to this. Insurance money from the death after she was found fatally shot in their Northwest Valley home. Okay, so he told investigators he found his wife dead and then saw a man in a black ski mask in the entrance hallway of their home. He brushed up against the man and shot him 5 times, he claimed. The death of his second wife was initially considered a suicide, but Utah authorities charged Randolph with murder based on information from one of his former friends. That Dateline episode has interviews with the former friends. Whom he later tried to have killed. Randolph pleaded guilty to felony witness tampering, but a Utah jury acquitted him of murder in 1989. All right, let me see some of your answers. Jaded Wonder, can't find it. Crystal, I may have it on my DVR, please. It says it's episode 25. Oh, they might, yeah, I didn't even think about that. They might have the regular Dateline episode. I had looked for the 3-part series, but I didn't even think to look for just the original. It's very interesting. The 5-hour NBC docuseries unpacks the disturbing case of Thomas Randolph, Las Vegas man who has been married 6 times with 4 of his wives having died mysteriously. So it's on Dateline. But I don't know if you can get the 3-part thing that they did. I don't know if that's available or not. Let me see. Wait till y'all see his pigtails. Like his sass talking to the judge and
case. He was granted a new trial, but now says he can't properly prepare with his attorneys. Thomas Randolph was convicted and sentenced to death for hiring a hitman to murder one of his 6 wives in Las Vegas. Prosecutors say Randolph then shot the hitman and called 911 to stage the incident.
Okay, so he called 911. No owls involved in this one that we know of. Oh, Melissa Dotson found it on YouTube. Can you send me that link? I looked on Peacock and I didn't see it on Peacock. Which sometimes they take it off when like like if a trial is approaching or whatever. So I don't know, but I looked last night and did not see it on Peacock. Oh, just commentary over it. Copyrights, I guess. Gotcha. Old man sassing the judge. I'm here for it. Oh, it's on Pluto TV. Okay. I don't think I've seen. I think I have Pluto TV. Let me write that down. Oh.
Next year, but he says he can't meet with his attorneys in prison to review evidence and is telling judge she better do something about it.
This is nonsense. I want the hell out of here. And I know when these lawyers see what there is to see, they're going to file the appropriate motions and they're going to ruin your day and they're going to ruin the state's day, because then you are going to grant these motions that they file and I'm going home. It's that simple, but it's not going to happen until they come and see me, till they have access to me. I've been waiting 14 years. I've had 25 attorneys. It's getting
25
old.
attorneys.
So you have to step up and make these people do what they need to do.
Well, the judge didn't exactly appreciate Randolph telling her how to run her court.
You can't dictate when the lawyers are going to come visit you, okay? These lawyers are going to come visit you when they can arrange to come out and visit you. I am not going to sit here and guarantee you that that's going to happen on July 10th, because then if it doesn't happen, then we lie. Mr. Randolph, when I'm talking, you're not. I'm not going to guarantee you that. We're also not having a status check date on July 16th. I'm going to set a status check date momentarily, but I'm about to hear from Mr. Orm because he would like to be heard. Go ahead, Mr. Orm.
Your Honor, just so the record is clear, I'm confirming today. I know Mr. Randolph has serious issues and I'm going to work with Mr. Randolph and Mr. Ornos. I'm confirming today. I know very limited information about the case, but we're going to make sure that Mr. Randolph is visited, his issues are taken care of, the appropriate motions are filed. And so I want to assure the court and Mr. Randolph of that.
And Randolph had one more thing to tell the judge, that he's filed his own motion and that he wants her and his attorneys to read.
I filed a motion and I don't think you've got it yet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Basically, what this motion is, and I'm filing.
Randolph, you're not going to tell me what the motion is. When I get the motion, it's going to be calendar. You're not going to tell me what the motion is today, because the motion is not on calendar and I'm not going to decide it because I haven't read it. When the motion gets filed, I'm going to read it and then I will decide it at that time.
Okay. That's what I had asked, if we could do that on the 30th. So I guess you'll decide that and let us know.
Yeah.
That's good.
The hitman and call 911 to stage the incident.
So that's our new trial. Oh, I didn't show you. Hold on. Let me pull up the pigtails. He showed up in pigtails for his he got sassy with the judge a few times though. Let me see if I can find that clip. He's a mess, y'all. he had to go through, like, he had to talk to doctors and stuff, and they said he's not a sociopath. And let's see, where is that clip of him in court? Randall. Oh, there's also stuff on here where yeah. Where his first wife says that the second wife, who he was charged with her murder, that she reached out to her for help. Let's see. Oh, they have it on Crime Watch Daily. Dang, I can't find it. I'll try to find that clip. Where he's I mean, there were some. Well, let me see if this one.
That had so.
Let me see if this one. Look at.
Randolph looks all business as his own life hangs in the balance.
Boom!
With this police crime scene video once again coming back to haunt.
So, I don't want to get a copyright strike for playing their stuff, but when y'all have a chance over the weekend, look up some stuff on him, because he is something else, y'all. And then I'm going to put together some stuff with history, court records, all 4 wives' deaths. I'm going to put some stuff together, and we will go over it either Monday or Tuesday. But that is going to be our new trial. And it's going to be a doozy. So, interesting. All right, so it is now time Let's cases. I'm deep diving all weekend. Yeah, that's one of the things that he was saying when he was on one of our interviews. He was saying that, and Bob Mata has come on with us before too, and he's, said the same thing. Like, he doesn't choose who he represents based on who's innocent or guilty, because no matter what they think about innocence or guilt, they still, everybody still deserves to have, their rights defended. So, downloads. All right. So do you want to go through this? Because we don't have a ton of time. Oh, I don't know when the trial is going to be. It'll be a while. They've just now arrested him, so that one will be a while. No, no, it's fine. Hello, Selena. They actually just had it. They had it about 45 minutes ago. I think if you want to watch it, rewind it a little bit. I don't know exactly how far back it was, but it started, I think, about 45 minutes ago. Lots of info this morning. Lots of info. Yeah. So we hopped around. We need a chart on just the stuff we've hopped around to this morning. We covered a lot in a short time. So we went over the Melly stuff. So we have court set for him now on October 9th. David is off the team, and they are replacing David for Lord knows what reason. But, you know, it's his rodeo, not mine. They are replacing him with Dan Aronson and Jamie Benjamin are now on Melly's defense team. So we went over that one. We went over Mark Shiner's new case, which it'll be a while before it happens, where the 78-year-old man, Marine, decorated veteran, arrested for allegedly murdering his wife and putting her into 3 suitcases and putting her in the Florida Intercoastal Waterway. We went over Fire Island Jane Doe being identified. Another potential victim of Rex Heuermann, Long Island serial killer, Gilgo Beach murders. Karen Vergata is her name. And we went over our new trial, which is Thomas Randolph, also known as the widower. 4 trials we've talked about today. So that's that. All righty. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe. Woohoo! Everyone make sure to check out Recovery Addicts Not So Relevant podcast tonight, because our own Brandy and JT are going to be on with Scott and Thomas. I'm so excited. Join us at 8 Eastern. Very excited. All right, so let's get back into Pike County. So we have a couple different options, and I'll let y'all decide. The good thing about this that we're doing is that we can skip through all of those really long breaks that they have where all the people were opting out. So we're making it through. I mean, we've only done it for not even 2 full days, and we're already in day 7. Oh, yeah. Let me show you. I'll show you this real quick before we get back on this. Let me pull. Those Messy Melly documents that I was talking about. We'll go over this real quick. Yeah, David is still listed on the court file as active. They said that they were going to have the papers into the judge by the beginning of next week to swap everything out. I just heard a cannon. Alrighty, so documents. Okay, so Jacoby Mills, you'll remember, is the one who told them that he went with Track and Melly and Bortland the day after to the crime scene to go look for the guns. So they use, let me find the paper that has motion. Let's see if this is. Oh. Wait, this isn't the one. Let's just read the original complaint. Alrighty, so complaint for damages. So the plaintiff, Leandra Phillips, individually and as personal representative for the estate of Christopher Thomas Jr., so it's Juvie, files this complaint. All right, so, oops, dang it. All right, jurisdictional. Okay, she was a parent. They were residents. Okay, factual allegations. All right, here we go. Okay, this action is based on a fatal shooting that occurred at an undocumented location. However, it is believed that the shooting occurred on the streets and highways of Miramar Beach, of Miramar, Broward County, Florida. Christopher Thomas Jr.'s bullet-riddled, bloody body was taken to a hospital, Memorial Hospital, Miramar, in Miramar, Florida. Okay, so these are factual allegations. In the early morning hours of October 26th, 2018, 8 individuals met at a recording studio in downtown Fort Lauderdale. Ultimately, 4 of these individuals loaded into a Jeep Compass. Juvie was the right rear passenger. Sack was the right front passenger. Bortland was the driver, and Melly was the left rear passenger. The Jeep was a rental vehicle that was rented by Track. Defendant, according to Florida's public records, defendant Jameson Francois, so Track is the registered agent of 100K Track Management. At about the same time, Dontavius Withers, a friend and colleague of Melly and Bortland, drove a red Mitsubishi vehicle, which also departed from the recording studio. Travion Glass, Jacoby Mills, Adrian Davis, and Dontavius Withers were occupants of the subject Mitsubishi. So Travion Glass, we remember him. Jacoby Mills is the one who said he went back the next day. He did not testify in this, but they do have his deposition. But they couldn't use it or his statement, because they couldn't use it because he didn't come in. AD, we heard AD and all his nonsense. And then Dontavius Withers. Okay. So according to the state of Florida, analysis through true call data not only provides evidence of what environment phones are in, such as whether a phone is in a car, it also provides the distance from the nearest cell phone tower and the angle from the tower. Based thereon and other factual evidence, the locations of the individuals named herein are known at the material times. Okay, so it's saying that the Jeep and its 4 occupants and the Mitsubishi and its 4 occupants traveled from Fort Lauderdale, leaving at 3:20 a.m., going across Interstate 595, traveling to Miramar. Along the journey, the Mitsubishi and the Jeep diverted from each other and took separate paths. It is believed the individuals in the Mitsubishi went home to a home rented by Melly in the Sunset Lakes area of Miramar. The Jeep, driven by Bortland, veered off the path and traveled to a secluded location with other occupants in the Jeep, Melly, Sack, and Juvie. According to the state of Florida, data reveals that a shooting and then a staged drive-by shooting took place at or near Pembroke Road and US 27 around 4:01 a.m. According to the state of Florida, Melly first shot Sack in the back of the head and then shot Juvie on the side of the head, at which point Juvie slumped over to his left. Let's see. Defendants Melly and Bortland have previously been convicted of a felony, so neither were entitled to possess a firearm on the date. Following the shootings, Melly, Bortland, and others involved erroneously claimed that Juvie and Sack were killed during a drive-by. The evidence is not consistent with that. After the shooting, Bortland released Melly on the side of the road. According to the state of Florida, his cell phone shows that he sent a message or ping to another individual requesting to be picked up. They drove to the hospital. They were in the passenger. These are things we kind of know. They were removed from the car at 4:43. Okay, so sometime thereafter, multiple individuals, including but not limited to some of the defendants herein, returned to the scene of the shooting to remove or spoliate evidence. This is when they went back to the guns to get the guns. So, Bortland claimed the shooting victims were involved in a drive-by. He said that he got down and didn't see what happened, whatever. He then misled law enforcement about the location. Shell casings. Where is... Okay, based upon information and belief, defendants Melly, Bortland, Travion Glass, Jacoby Mills, Davis, Withers, and or Givens, Fredo Bang, provided false and or misleading information to law enforcement officers who were investigating the shooting death of Juvie. Melly admitted to shooting 2 individuals in the head in a video on his cell phone, stating there's no regrets for the stuff that I did. Y'all can read. Both of them never say when. This is not correct, in my opinion. I don't think he says both of them. I think he says 4:30 a.m. because that's the name of the song. During the video, he allegedly takes a pin and puts it to his head in the shape of a gun, depicting pulling the trigger of a gun. Let's see. State of Florida has withheld evidence. Facts will be supplemented as more is known and discovery is conducted in both the pending criminal cases. So then it goes into each one and why she's suing them for wrongful death. Leandra. And then, of course, that they covered up and went and got the evidence and all of that. So, this is the original complaint. Now, there are a lot. Where is... She even got Fredo in here. To hinder. Defendants each knew or should have known that giving false information to police would not only hinder the prosecution of the person ultimately responsible for Juvie's death, but would also cause serious emotional harm to the family of Juvie, including his mother. Okay, this part is what I want everybody to take a second and absorb. The defendants each knew, they knew giving false information to police will hinder the prosecution of the person ultimately responsible for her son's death. I want that to be taken more seriously than it is, because if Mark Shiner says, call when you're available, we will talk. So I'll find out more about his new trial. So I think that this is one of the important parts, because I don't think that people understand the seriousness of everybody lying about everything. Think about how a mom would feel knowing that the person responsible for her son's death is not, could possibly not have to take responsibility for it or be caught or punished for it because everybody's lying. Could you imagine how awful that would be? I think that it's one of those things that people don't necessarily consider as much as I wish they would, because that's a big deal. Like, as a mom, that's a big deal. So there's a lot more. That's the original stuff. There's a lot more going back and forth. I don't want to spend too much time on Melly right now, because Lord knows I'm going to have to go through and spend a whole lot more time on it when trial starts. But I'll get some of the, and there's so many documents, I'll get some of the highlights of it together, like some of the back and forth. They respond a bunch of times saying, motions to dismiss everything, saying that, they don't have anything to do with it and it all needs to be, dismissed or whatever. There's motions to compel evidence. All kinds of stuff. So like they keep coming at them for different things, and they keep fighting it, which is, expected. But basically they say, yeah, we read all of this, not true. Yeah, we read all this, not true. Yeah, we read all this, not true. So it's just, I feel really bad for the moms of the victims, knowing that there are so many people preventing justice from happening for my baby boy. And that would be infuriating to me. I would burn down the state of Florida. They have a Zoom hearing on August 16th. That's the next thing that they're doing, and it's defendant's motion to dismiss the plaintiff's third amended complaint. So that's the next thing going on with that one. So, so that's what we got going on now. We have, where do we leave off? 244. I believe. All right. So we have a couple different options. We're going to go back to Pike County now. Now that we've had our Friday float around morning and gone to all of these different things and talked about all of these different things. So we have a couple different options. Knowing that we're starting a new trial next week, we can, there's no way we're going to get through everything in Pike County before then. And we're going to be in the new trial for about 3 weeks. So we have a couple different options. We can keep kind of doing what we're doing for today and Monday, possibly Tuesday, depending on jury duty selection, how long it takes. But you know how that goes. Who knows? We can keep doing like this. Right now, we're listening to the coroner, who does a fantastic job of explaining. So we can keep doing this the way that we're doing it. Or if you want, we can okay, let me say this. If we do that, then we're not going to finish by the time our new trial starts on Tuesday. So what we would have to do is pick back up with Pike County, like in downtime and stuff when there's not another trial going on. Or we can jump around a little bit in this. We can keep note of where we left off watching all of it, because I definitely want to finish watching all of it before the new trial starts. But I mean, we've got time. It's not going to be till April. So we can get to some of the other witnesses. I know some of the people were saying yesterday, the medical examiner does a great job, but there were some people saying, do we need to hear all of the stuff for each one? Some people were wanting to get more of like the story part of it to find out what was going on and the evidence that links them to it, as opposed to the evidence that, about the damage done to him and stuff like that. So let me do a poll, because this is y'all's show. I'm just here. I agree. The medical examiner is a huge part. And, okay, choose your adventure. No, we have not made it to the wiretaps yet. And we have, let me see how much time, because the medical examiner, right now we are 2 hours and 45 minutes into this. And she does finish today. Let's see. There's about 45 minutes. Well, that's if we don't have it sped up, which I have it sped up. And then she comes back. For like an hour and a half. So 45 minutes, then they take a break, and then she comes back for like an hour and a half. Then we have someone else. Okay. All right, so here's our poll. Do you want to finish medical examiner now or go to Kim? Yeah, and keep in mind too, a lot of the medical examiner stuff, like where I was doing yesterday, where I was skipping through stuff, we can skip through the stuff that's not like the repetitive stuff and the, the stuff that doesn't really affect it as much. Do you know what I mean? Tying George to the... Oh, hello, RA friends. Hello, RA friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are doing our poll. Now, if we do the medical examiner stuff, I am going to skip through some of the repetitive stuff and just focused more on what is kind of like the meat and potatoes of it. Ooh, meat and potatoes might not be the best thing when talking about a coroner. Hello to everyone just joining us. Hello, hello. I'm giving a moment for everybody to vote. Hello, hello. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I love it. Portal traveling. Portal traveling. RA. Hello, RA. Hello, our friend. It's been a member for 3 whole months. Can't wait to talk with Brady tonight on the podcast. Have a great day. Yes, I am excited too. I can't wait. We are so excited. We've been talking about it this morning, and we are all excited too. We've been telling everybody they need to join us tonight. So happy, happy, happy anniversary, RA. And welcome to everyone crashing our party. Come on in, take your seats. We are voting on which part of our trial we're going to be watching next. Come on in, have a seat, have a seat. Come on in, through the portal, crash the party, come on in. We've had a wild day so far. We have been jumping through. We talked about 4 different yes, please hit like. We've talked about 4 different trials already this morning. 4 different trials. It has been a doozy. All right, let's see where we're at on our poll. It's so split. 53% 46%. So split. Okay. So since it's so split, this is what we'll do. We'll compromise. We'll compromise. I will do parts of the Emmy, but I'll skip. Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. We'll do parts of the Emmy, and we can condense it down. Because we can actually condense it down a pretty good bit. I don't think we need to see their, like, the stuff that's not that big. Like, we don't need to see their clothes. We don't need to go through the process of each one again. We don't need anything like that. I think just the stuff for the actual wounds is the stuff that we'll watch for each one. Like, because I mean, showing their clothes and that type of thing isn't that big of a deal for this, but I think their wounds are the part that matter the most. Yeah, how bullets entered and drug screen results. Especially for little Chris, that one's a big deal too. So we'll just do that part of it, and we'll skip like the clothes and all that. Alrighty, so let's do that. Let me see where we're at. We made it through yesterday. We made it through the majority of Big Chris before my StreamYard started attacking me. Let's see. So I think hit that volume booster. All right, so let's do this. We'll just do the entry and exit wound stuff and the talk screens, and then we'll go on to our next one. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? For those of y'all crashing our party, we are doing the Pike County Massacre trial. This is a trial that started in September, I think, ish, and ended with like November or something, I think. I mean, it was a long trial, but a lot of it we are skipping because a lot of it they opted out of being recorded, so they didn't leave us with much choice of skipping. So at least we get to not have to do all of the dead air time. Alrighty, so and if my StreamYard is already giving me notifications, so if it messes up, then we'll just go with it, and we'll see how the day goes.
There you go. So this is number 2 by the corner of the nose entrance. Number 3 by the corner of the mouth. Number 4 kind of on the chin. Around 5 on the lateral side of the face and chin. And then number 6 is under his right chin there.
Okay. And then do you also note the exit wounds on that?
Yes, and the bullets. There you go. So I called that upper picture with the soot, that was number 1. And here is where it exits, behind the left ear, and I've got L for left ear. That's where the bullet exits. Here's a kind of representation of where bullets 2 and 3 are. in the left back of the head. 4 is kind of representation of being in the spine. It's kind of down at that level. Number 5 is upward behind the iliac. Behind the left ear, that's where number 5 exits. And number 6 underneath the chin that went to his left back is in a second dive.
And that should be.
There you go. So this is where number 6 ended up, and we pulled the bullet out of that.
Okay. And did you have to take, what measures did you have to take to remove that?
Based on the x-ray, you had a general idea of where it was. And I could actually feel it underneath his skin. So I drew a circle around it and took a picture of where the bullet was, and then I cut through the skin to get the bullet.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, I pinned who it is.
If you go back to that first diagram. The exit right, no, go down, sorry. Okay. Yes. So there's, yep, that one. That is the exit of gunshot wound number 1?
Yes.
Okay. And can you switch to E190?
Is closest to the label, and then the bullet kind of grazed the skin as it exited that hole and came out the side of the ear. So the ear faces this way. So the hole came out at the base of it and then scratched the skin and then came out going that way.
Okay. So the injuries there were caused by the bullet and not by anything you did.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And then also on that same photograph, you see another shaved area, it appears.
Yes.
And can you move the pointer away from there? So that's clear. Thank you. Can you tell us what injury we are seeing
This
there?
is the exit of number 5, which is the wound, the farthest wound down here, being as the wound where the bullet exited. For number 5.
Okay.
In the settling of blood, that's what this red is here. The blood is settled. There's a tiny little bruise right there. And if you feel it, that's where that bullet was that came from underneath the chin on the right side. So the bullet went in underneath his chin, across his neck, back muscle, and ended up underneath the skin. On that, it looks darker on that one.
Underneath his chin.
It's a dark purple bruise and the bullet is underneath.
Okay. And then E119.
Now, there were 9 shots
So
for.
that's that bruise, and I circled it with a Sharpie marker because I could feel the bullet underneath there.
Okay. And then E120.
And this is the bullet I pulled out. This is a red polymer plug that before the gun is shot, there's a little plug that sits at the very tip of the bullet. And in this particular ammunition, many times you can find that plug in the wound itself. And in this case, it was still in the wound, in front of the bullet in that area right there.
Okay. And was that consistent with other bullets and projectile you recovered from within the body of Chris Roden Sr.
Yes.
on that date? Okay.
Yes.
That same kind of red polymer plastic piece down the center.
Yeah.
Okay. And State's Exhibit E121.
A little bit closer, Sean.
Just for purposes of identification, E95. We were able to see on the x-ray was in that same area.
Yes, they're underneath the skin. You can't see it here, but when we look at the x-ray, you can see that little group of staples right under the skin.
Okay.
Wound.
That's the exit wound for number 5, which is the one that's right there.
Okay.
That little.
3.
So they're showing the pictures now from the chart she just showed. I want to skip to this chart.
Or
okay, that one.
behind the upper chest vertebrae and exited between some ribs and stopped in between the skin surface and the ribs.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not that injury would have been fatal in and of itself
Yes.
without
Yes.
any of the other injuries?
Yes.
Okay. E38.
Three SKS bullet holes in Chris Sr. and 6 .40 caliber shots. And she just said that one that they were looking at, that one would have been fatal by itself.
The black is dry blood. The hole is right here on the right side of his chest. It's right above the label. You can see there's a little circular hole right there. This is before we washed the body, so it's hard to see with the blood on, but that's where the right chest hole is.
Okay, E37.
Yeah, so this is closer, and you can see there's a black hole right there. That's the hole on the right chest.
Okay. And doctor, did you form an opinion as to the distance regarding that gunshot wound?
Yes.
And what was that opinion?
I called this also loose contact.
Okay, and tell us why, what made you reach that conclusion?
On the front of the sweatshirt, I don't know if anybody could see it when I was holding it up here, there was a rim around that hole of soot. So in my opinion, somebody held a gun close to his chest with his clothes still on. That soot, instead of touching the skin, actually got stuck on the clothes. And so that's why it's always good to look at the clothes before you take them off the body. That gives you an idea of distance as well. So in this case, I call it loose contact.
Loose
because that
contact,
soot
so-
was able to escape the muzzle and get on the clothes.
Okay. And was there an exit wound for that particular injury?
No.
Okay. And did you recover any bullets or fragments from that injury?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you recover those from?
That was found left lower back. So in this area.
E90. And again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is Chris's back. This is the bullet that we found from underneath his chin, that bruise that's on the posterior left shoulder there. There is a faint purple contusion right there, which is where this bullet number 7 that went through his heart ended up right underneath the skin right there.
Okay. And you did the same thing with that injury as you had done with the prior one, correct?
Yes.
As far as drawing a circle around it and then excising it.
Yes.
E124.
This is the most extensive out of all of them. He was shot
Is that
the most.
I think that's the bullet from his left lower back.
okay? And then E125. Just a close up of
That's
that.
a picture of the bullet. Yep.
Okay. All right. Gunshot wound number 8. If you can tell us what that gunshot wound was.
That was a gunshot wound in his left abdomen.
So number 8, left abdomen.
And I believe we saw the corresponding holes in the sweatshirt and the t-shirt for that as well.
Yes.
Correct. E39.
So this is a scar that he has along his abdomen here. You see it's a little pink. And right next to this pink area, above the label is a black dot, and that's the gunshot wound on the left side.
Okay. And the label appears to be just above the belly button too. Is that correct? There.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. E40.
And that's close-up shot of it.
From
this one I called in tournament. I didn't see any soot. I didn't see any stippling. I didn't see any contact burning. So it was a distant shot.
And were you able to determine the path of that? And can you tell us what that was?
That went through his skin, went through his liver, some of his large intestines, some of his small intestines. Actually did injure the right kidney, and went through some muscle and ended up underneath the skin like the previous gunshot wound.
Okay. And E102.
So this purple mark is a little bit of green decomposition, but also blood. And this is the location of where the bullet ended up.
Okay. E115.
The hole.
Okay. 16, I believe, also demonstrates that. So same hole that we're looking at with the bullet fragment in there.
Maybe right here. There may be a little piece of copper on the bottom left of the room, kind of like at number 6, maybe at 7 o'clock. There's possibly a little piece of copper.
Okay. And do you have an opinion, doctor, as to whether that gunshot wound would have been fatal?
I believe it would have eventually been fatal. It's not instantaneous. But if you hit the intestines and put holes in the intestines, that causes sepsis. If you damage the liver bad enough, it can't be replaced. You can't really live without a liver. His kidneys were not damaged so bad, but I think eventually, if he hadn't received excellent treatment, he might have died within a couple of days.
Okay. Head. Were there any that you felt would have also been fatal just in and of themselves?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
I think 1 through 5 would likely have been instantaneously lethal. The one under his chin that traveled to his back damaged some tissue, damaged a vessel in his neck called the carotid artery. If he received a quick treatment, he might have survived that. But all of them are pretty serious injuries.
And just E194, this is just a clearer picture of that chest wound. Indicated you later cleaned him up and were able to visualize that better. And that is, again, just above the paper there. And have you also shaved him there?
Yes.
Okay. And then same with 198. This is the stomach wound, again, I believe cleaned up and it appears to have been shaven. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Gunshot wound number 9. Can you tell us about that injury, please?
That was a gunshot wound through the right forearm. The arm was extensively shredded into pieces. You could visually see pieces of muscle and tendon and the bone broken into multiple pieces. We could see the bone on that x-ray that we saw early on, that the bone was, they call it comminuted, but in multiple pieces that might not have been able to be repaired.
Okay. And that was the one where you could see on the x-ray the multiple fractures as well,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that effect that you called a snowstorm effect, where there's a lot of little tiny fragments left behind.
Of the bullet, yes.
Of the bullet. Yes. Okay. And were you able to determine a distance on that injury?
No.
Okay. So you refer to it as an indeterminate distance.
Yes.
So again, greater than 3 feet-ish.
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to tell at all the direction, the path that injury took or bullet took?
Other than across the forearm, I couldn't tell you if it went from the inside to the outside or from the outside to the inside. I couldn't tell. There's just too much damage.
So his right forearm was like shredded, basically.
E20.
We took when we took his clothes off and a big skin tear.
E21.
That's not our continuing objection.
I'm sorry.
Not our continuing objection.
So this is the inside of the arm, again showing.
This is all arm.
This was suggested of a high-powered injury.
Yes.
Okay. And you're specifically referring to a high-powered weapon.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you already testified, but that was different than the other bullets and other injuries that you found on Christopher Roden that day.
Yes.
In injuries 1 through, or gunshot wounds 1 through 8.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. And did you also collect all of the projectiles and bullet fragments that you recovered from the body of Chris?
Okay, I think this is
E261.
the hands.
This says fragments in the brain. So again, as I'm dissecting through the brain, we see tiny little pieces of metal from the bullets that broke off. Instead of leaving them there, I collect them and we put them in this container.
Some items fell on the floor, but from the body of Christopher Roden. you collected those and then turned them over to photographs that day of the condition of the hands of Christopher Roden. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something you traditionally do when you have a homicide case or?
Yes, we take pictures to see if there's trauma, also to see if maybe the fingers are chipped or torn, which could indicate a fight. So we take pictures front and back and sometimes of the nails specifically in the fingers. Christopher's right hand.
Okay.
It has not been cleaned, so it's got dried blood on it.
Okay. And then 180? 180?
That's his left hand, I believe. Or is that the right hand showing the
The
palm?
right hand and showing the palm instead
Okay.
of the back. Okay. E181.
Okay, they don't
That's the
show
back
any
of
of
the
these.
left
I'm going to get to his
And then
toxicology.
182. Things you've already described to us.
No.
Okay. And did you ultimately, well, I guess I should ask a further question. Did you also get a toxicology on Christopher Roden Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what did that toxicology show?
It showed that he had caffeine in his system.
Okay. And is that the only substance that he tested positive for?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, you test him for amphetamines, and my copy is not nearly as clear as probably yours is, but methamphetamines, cocaine, oxycodone, marijuana, I guess you call it cannabis, any antidepressants, etc. So it's a pretty exhaustive panel.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that you were also trying to determine if any of the individuals had been drugged.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So you kind of did a more extensive or thorough panel.
Yes.
Okay. And there is, I believe, initially there's an indication that there is benzodiazepine
Yes.
positive for that, but then upon further testing, it says none detected. If you could just explain to the jurors why they see that, they will see that.
Yeah, the screening test for drugs is made for live people, and it works for people who are dead but not dead that long. So sometimes the panel cross-reacts with decomposed blood. So the benzodiazepines that ended up initially being positive is because of the chemicals that are in the blood that are decomposing. So it was a false positive. And so when we searched for it, looking to
Okay, so is this a false positive? So he had caffeine in his system. That's it. That's all he had. They are about to take break, and then we get to Gary. Let me get to his autopsy report.
And can you tell us what we are looking at in that photograph?
This is Gary Roden as we open the body bag when he, this is as he was at the scene after they put him in the body bag and brought to our office. So we haven't done anything to his body yet.
Okay. And I should remind everybody of photographs today of the exhibits. F3. And again, what are we looking at?
This is a top-down picture of Gary. As you can see, his left arm's above his head, and he has the brown paper bags covering his hands, protecting any evidence. He's got I believe it was a black sweatshirt, partly pulled up. You can see he's got a white T-shirt underneath that. And there's our white name label right underneath his chin that has his case number.
Okay. And again, this would have been as he was placed into that bag, and you guys are unzipping it. This is the position and everything that you found both he and his clothing in.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. F4. And again, what are we looking at there?
So that's a top-down look at his abdomen. The top of his pants is the right hand that has the brown paper bag on it. With his lower legs and feet with his shoes on.
Get to the
Probably the belt is.
F150.
We've been trained.
I'm skipping the clothes. Trying to get to entry wounds.
Those appear to be dirty. Is that correct?
Yes, that's dirt. Blood. He was back.
F34.
That's the brown paper bag that was on his right hand.
Okay. And F35. I guess I wrote this. You see there's a little bit. C up is F143. Okay. Can you tell us what we are looking
So
at
this
there?
is looking at the skull from the front. You have one eye socket here, one socket here. The nose is in the center. Here's his jaw. He doesn't have any teeth, so you don't see any teeth sitting there. There is a bullet right here. You can see it's kind of outside of the skull, kind of in the soft tissue that's sitting there, and there's a lot of little metallic fragments that came off some of the bullets.
And you also are able to visualize the skull fractures.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And F141, which is, wait. Ignore me, we already did that one. Do you x-rays of any other part of Gary Rodin's body?
I don't think so, because we x-rayed what was obviously damaged, and he didn't have any other significant injuries that would make us think that there's bullets or something to evidence to recollect.
Okay, so can you tell us upon your preliminary examination, what injuries did you observe to Gary Rodin?
We observed 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay, and were you able to visualize both entrance and exit wounds for those 3 gunshot wounds?
There was only one exit that we could see. There were, there are 3 exit wounds. There are 3 exit wounds.
Okay, how many exit wounds were on the face?
There was 1.
Okay, and
one
then
exit wound on his face.
where were the other exit wounds?
There was an exit wound on the right side of his face on his temple area, and there's a bullet exit wound behind his ear.
Okay. So once again, did you number the gunshot wounds according to how they appeared on the body, as opposed to any belief on your part of the order that you received?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you also attempt to discern whether or not each gunshot wound that you observed had both an entrance and an exit?
I did attempt to see that, yes.
Okay. And did you also try to make a determination as far as the distance you believe the muzzle would have been from the body when the shots were fired? Okay. So let's start with gunshot number 1. First of all, can you tell us where the entrance was for that particular gunshot wound?
The entrance was on the back of his head, on the left back of his head.
Okay. And could you tell the path that traveled?
That traveled forward to the front of his left forehead and came out his left forehead.
Okay. And so we'll start with F89. That is some of the hair has been possibly shaven out of the way. Is that
Well, maybe just smeared away from the hole. I don't think it's been shaved yet.
okay? All right. Do you see the entrance wound in that photograph?
Yes.
And where would that be?
It's in the center of the back of his head to the right of that label.
Okay, the circular appearing
Yes.
wound. Okay. And if you don't mind stepping out and just showing that, just so we're all clear.
Okay, so I won't go through all of this because we can't see the pictures anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But this is the autopsy of Gary. Now, the his toxicology was clean too, but Gary was the one who was in the house with Chris Sr. He has 1 gunshot wound to the back of his head that came out the front. And then the other 2 were like in the front. So it's possible that if he came and, let's say he came and checked on Chris or, something or whatever, and then they shot him in the back of the head, then, the other 2 shots from the front. Brutal. Incredibly brutal. Let me see if I have timestamps for the next. Oh, where are we at? And remember, they talked about the hat too. Let me see if I have, let's see, 5.
Be careful because there are some projectiles there. Approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit A, 519. Trying to see what the best way to use this is. Okay, we did it the right way. Okay, if you could just look and see if you see a hole in that cap, and then damage to the front bill of that cat that would be consistent with the
Yes.
gunshot wound number 1. Okay. And if you could go ahead and describe what you're seeing.
So the back part of this hat is pushed a little bit to the side, but there is a hole, small little hole, next to that white ribbon, a very small little hole. And then that's, if I pull it straight, it's on the left side of the back of the head. And then here's the bill of the hat. It's got a hole, it's ripped off the hat, and it's got a hole right there. And this would also be on the left side of the head.
Thank you.
To his left temple that I named number 2, or called it number 2.
Okay. And so you noticed an entrance wound on the left temple, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the distance of that?
I did.
And what was that?
I did call that contact.
Okay.
Contact.
Oh. State's Exhibit F80.
I know, it's so sad.
Okay, and if you don't mind showing us what where gunshot number 2 is located.
This is gunshot wound number 2. It's in his here. What is it called?
Hairline?
Hairline
No.
or sideburn. There you go. The sideburn. Sorry, it's in his sideburn, and it's black there.
Okay.
Black from contact and the searing from the gun touching his skin. There's also a area at the bottom, kind of along number 5 and 5 and 6. If you're looking at this like a clock, it's rectangular, and it possibly could be the part of the muzzle of the gun leaving a mark on the skin as you press the gun to the skin. That's why I called it a contact.
Okay. F83, I believe, may also demonstrate that kind of rectangular
Yes, with the gun.
Gunshot.
Exit.
Area weapon.
Yes.
And can you tell us where that one was located?
The third gun of entrance number 3. You can see there's some black material around the outside, and then you can see polka dots all around, especially going forward. If he's laying sideways, so going up from the wound, there's brown polka dots. That's stippling. That's the gunshot powder striking the skin and leaving little marks. So he's got a little bit of the black soot and a little bit of stippling.
I love that judge
Okay,
taking
and then
notes.
F105.
That's another look at the stippling. You can see a little bit of it went behind his ear.
Okay. And were you able to determine the distance that you believe that was fired from?
Yes.
And what was that?
Because there was soot and stippling, I call it intermediate.
Okay. And again, that's generally more than 3 inches away. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you indicated that there were 2 different exit wounds, but you were not able to discern. Well, I guess I should ask you that. It's gunshot wound number 3. Were you able to determine an exit wound for that?
There is an exit wound, but like number 2, I know there are 2 entrances and 2 exits, but I can't tell which exit goes with which entrance.
Okay.
Morning, Micah.
F121. Determine which entrance wound that belonged to.
Yeah.
Okay. There's also some discoloration in changing of the skin color there, where it's pale and then not. Can you tell us why that is?
That is some decomposition changes.
Okay.
Linear decomposition. The skin epidermis peels off pretty easily. So when we were cleaning that wound, then some of it shifted. So you can see this is some loose skin here.
Okay. And then F57. Can you tell us what we're looking at? Oops. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
It could just be like a grocery list, and I'm like all
The
excited
second
about it.
exit defect. This is on the, I have to get my rights and lefts correct. This is the right side of the head in the area of the temple. So this is an exit wound that has a bullet still in it.
And again, were you able to determine where the entrance wound was for that particular exit wound? Okay, but it was either gunshot 2 or gunshot wound 3.
That's correct.
Okay. And then F97.
So this is the right side of Gary's face cleanup. This is that second exit wound. You can see the little shine of the bullet. And these are some abrasions on his skin.
Okay. F99.
And this is another angle of the same thing. This is that exit wound that has the bullet in it, and this is an abrasion, and this an abrasion. You can see that his skull has abnormal contour, and that's because the bones underneath the skin are broken, and so the head looks misshapen.
Okay, and you indicated there were abrasions as well. I'm gonna F96.
This is Lucy right now, sitting under my desk.
Okay, there appears to be multiple, bruising and such. If you could just walk us through and tell us why.
So this is the abrasion we saw in the previous picture. This is another abrasion. You can see that he's got some bruising around his eyes. That's because the bony plates behind the eyes broke. It's like
I'm going to set up a Lucy cam this weekend.
Do you mind opening that up and just looking? I'm sorry.
I'll have her little box right below mine, like right here. I'm going to have a Lucy cam by the end of the weekend.
This is Gary. Yeah. Here's.
All right. These are the pieces they took out of Gary.
See in a homicide case.
Yes.
Okay.
And they just never healed, but they.
At the time he was killed.
There are some injuries on his left hand and the back of his left forearm that looked fresh. They hadn't created a scab yet, so it looked like they were fresh. Those could be from a fight. If he's someone that does manual labor, that could also happen from that. So they were not patterned or anything that could tell me these are definitely from a fingerprint, so this is from somebody's ring that hit him, but there were definitely some fresher injuries on the back of his hands.
Okay. And did you also do a thorough examination of Gary Roden's body in addition to the gunshot wounds in the area where the gunshot wounds were? Did you also examine the rest of his body?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything, again, other than the gunshot wounds that were remarkable?
Some bruising.
Okay. And in addition to what you just described?
Yes.
Okay. And again, do you recall where that bruising was?
One bruising was on top of his shoulder here on the left side, and another bruise was on the back of his left calf.
But again, are you able to indicate that came from the events that led to his death?
I would say that they looked like they happened around the time of his death, but did it occur when he was fighting at the time of his death, or did it occur before that same day sometime? I can't tell.
Okay. Or as a result of falling and striking his body on something?
Well, it could be that too. Maybe in getting shot in the head, he fell down and hit something with his top of his shoulder or the back of his leg. That's entirely possible.
Okay. And did you also get a toxicology report for Gary?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that result was?
Yes, Gary was positive for cocaine and caffeine.
Okay. Any other substances other than caffeine or cocaine?
No.
Okay. As a result of your examination of all the parts of Gary Roden's body, along with the toxicology, did you reach a conclusion as to what the cause of death was for Gary Roden?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay, so that's Gary.
Gunshot wounds would have been fatal.
Damage his brain.
Okay, penetrated or whatever. Could that result in causing him to fall to the ground?
Yes.
Got stuck and did not exit.
One of the reasons could be that his head was on the ground after getting shot. And when he was shot and that bullet tried to exit the temple, it couldn't because it was against the ground. It had nowhere to go. So it tried to exit, left a little hole, but it couldn't go any farther because the head was already on the ground. So then it just stayed within the hole.
And doctor, do you also have an opinion as to whether or not the projectiles that you recovered from Gary Roden's body also matched the projectiles that you recovered from Chris Roden Sr.'s body?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
In general, they look like the same size, and all of them have that little red plug. So my opinion is that they're probably all Hornady bullets.
All right, I think that's pretty much it. He goes to.
Thank you very much for that. That saved us a lot of time and the jury and the court system a lot of time.
Oh yeah, here
My
they stipulate, I think, for the, or not stipulate, but.
Good afternoon, doctor. How are you?
I'm fine.
My name's John Parker. I think we met before, did we?
Yes.
You were kind enough to grant Mr. Nash and me an interview at your office, correct?
Yes.
and we were able to go through all of your reports very carefully. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much for that. That saved us a lot of time and the jury and the court system a lot of time. But I do have a few follow-up questions if I could.
Sure.
Let's start with a few general questions if I could. You did all 8 autopsies, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you did those basically over 3 separate days, correct?
Yes.
But all of the bodies were received at the Hamilton County office in the early morning hours of Friday. Is that correct? Or is it Saturday?
Saturday.
Saturday. Early morning hours of Saturday. Is that right?
Yes.
And when the bodies were received there, they were immediately placed into a cooler system, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether the bodies had been placed in a cooler system before they reached your office?
Yes, I believe they were in a transport vehicle that had some refrigeration.
Okay, so if I understand it, there was a mobile morgue unit. Is that the correct phrase?
Yeah.
All right. And so, and that covers his 3 wounds. Is that
Yes.
right?
I'm skipping.
Now, all of these are obviously, as you said, entered his brain.
Yes.
So whichever one was first, and we don't know, correct?
That's correct.
Whichever one was first, would he have been rendered unconscious immediately?
Yes.
And do we know of the 3 gunshot wounds? I believe gunshot wound number 1 was to the back of his head, as you demonstrated earlier.
Yes.
Gunshot wound number 2 was to his left temple with the probable muzzle stamp.
Yes.
Right? Kind of like this, if my fingers are gun.
Yes.
All right. And then the third.
Where was that?
Any others?
No.
Oh, no, not there.
So again, these are all estimates, but so when I'm saying contact, I mean you're actually pressing the end of the gun to get
The skull.
the sharp edge of a fractured piece of skull bone actually tears through the skin.
I think this is about it for her. I don't think that, is there anything, Melissa Chevelle, is there anything I missed on hers that we need to
And
show?
again, nothing in your examinations of either
that
Chris
was-
or Gary indicated to you that they died from anything other than these multiple gunshot wounds that they each received.
That's correct.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, that's true.
Are we ready then for the jury?
16th, 2022, when you were assigned to this case, were you? Can you give everyone your name again, please?
Todd Porter.
All right. Agent Porter, you testified yesterday, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you testified yesterday, you're talking about primarily about the Pharaoh scan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, back on April 16th, 2022, when you were assigned to this case, were you assigned as the primary investigator to one of the scenes involved in these murders?
Yes, I was. Scene 2.
Again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but what scene were you assigned to as the primary crime scene investigator?
It was scene 2 at 4199 Union Hill Road.
And did you do your work up there, analyzing that scene as you've been trained to do as a crime scene analyst for BCI?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. Before we do that, I do want to talk a little bit more about the Pharaoh scan of scene 1, just very briefly. You talked yesterday about the Pharaoh scan, how it works, and how you did the scan of scene 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
As part of the work in this case, did agents in your unit create a flyover or a fly-through using the Pharaoh scan of each of these scenes?
Yes, using the video that was rendered from the camera images, they put together a fly-through video of each scene.
And if you could just briefly tell the jury how you put together a fly-through of a scene using the Pharaoh scan.
Basically, like we did yesterday, you can go to different vantage points in the scene and just basically plot points that you're going to go through, and it will go from one point to the other, and it will appear that you're flying through the scene.
And as part of the work in this case, was a fly-through done of 4077, the scene identified as scene 1?
Yes.
You're on this time, I'm asked permission to play what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit S1. It'll be a video that's contained on the external hard drive and a folder titled S for Pharaoh scan.
Any objections?
Okay.
Permission granted.
Agent Portner, can you see the far screens over there?
Yes.
Okay, before I ask Mr. Junk to hit play, do you recognize what that image is?
Yes, this is the Pharaoh scan beginning at scene 1 at 4077 Union Hill.
Mr. Junk? I asked this part of the time. Mr. Junk has hit play. Just watch. I'm going to have you watch this from beginning to end. Done. I'm going to put up for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as stated 2.
Yes, I did.
And tell the jury what they're looking at.
The center of the screen here is scene 2. This is 4199 Union Hill Road. You can also see some of the outbuildings and cars next door at 4077.
And if you would, walk the jury through when you arrived at that scene on that day, where did you park your vehicle and what did you do when you first got there?
I parked out here and I made contact with the deputy who was holding the scene and briefed about what he had done or seen.
Is that pretty much standard operating procedure? When you arrive on a scene and there's local law enforcement, do you meet with that law enforcement to basically get a briefing from what they know?
Yes.
And the information that you get during that briefing, does that help guide you as you do your work at that scene?
Yes, it does.
Okay. On this day, if you could, tell us what you were told when you initially
came to that scene?
The deputy that I spoke with said he had been there when the family had been there and found the deceased. The family had intimated that the 3-year-old had answered the door. They went in, found the 2 deceased members, Clarence, Frankie, and Hannah or Hazel, in bed. The infant was in bed between them, covered in blood. They removed the infant from the trailer, went outside, and changed its diaper on a wooden table-like thing.
Okay. And from outside there, where you were at, could you see that wooden table where they had told the deputy that they changed that baby?
Yes.
And as part of that initial meeting with that deputy, were you actually provided a piece of evidence that the family had gathered with respect to that baby?
Yes, they had taken the diaper off and given it to the deputy. He had placed it in a bag and then gave it to me.
I'm going to ask Mr. Junk to put up on the TV screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B6. Agent Portner, the B6 that's up on the screen, if you have that picture there in your hand?
I do.
And the image that's marked as State's Exhibit B6, is that the same image that's up on the screen for the jury?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B6 and where you initially pulled up and whether or not you can see that wooden table that you were talking about?
Yes, this is the front of scene 2, 4199. There's a blue car and red truck in the driveway. I'm parked outside of the crime scene tape that they have put up. And you can see the small wooden table in front of the porch there.
At some point, were you handed that diaper?
I was.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B1?
Scene 2
With
is
respect to State's Exhibit B1, can you tell the jury what they're looking at right there?
This is a photograph of the bag that the deputy handed me with the diaper in it.
Did you have the opportunity to take that diaper out of that bag to document it?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B2? I got it up. I'll roll through it now.
What's the?
Handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State Exhibit B310.
They stipulated the diaper. They didn't want to pull it out.
Yes, this is the bag with my initials on the seal. Evidence number 1 labeled as a taken off of an infant with suspected blood. It's the diaper.
Can you walk the jury through how you collect evidence, mark evidence, store and maintain it? How do you do it when you're doing scenes?
Yes, so when we identify something, we take 3 levels of photographs.
State's Exhibit B4 and where that is in the diagram and why you take a picture like that.
Yes, this is the mailbox at the end of the driveway right here, the road for this residence with the address 4199 and the name Roden on it. I take that photograph just to identify, confirm where I'm at, what location it is.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B5? That exhibit and where that picture was taken from.
Yes, this is a photograph from roughly this area showing the front of the trailer, the vehicles out in front, the sheriff's cruiser and my truck.
And again, those vehicles that are depicted in that picture, are they in the location and condition that they were when you?
Yes.
What angle that picture is taken from? Which
around the road from the driveway.
You were going to walk between the 2 of them.
Yes.
Right. Can you give me State Exhibit B10?
First scene 2, taken from this way, looking back. If we go in order, you'll see we'll go all the way around. Usually take pictures in a method that we call 4 corners or 4 sides, where we get all sides and corners of a residence.
If you could, I may need you to slide out on this. I know it's tight back there. But is there an overhead light or a light on a pole that's depicted in that picture? And if there is, could you tell the jury or show the jury where that is?
Yes, there is. It's right here, just outside the front porch area.
There. And also, again, is that same light pole depicted in that picture?
It is. This is just moving around the building and looking back towards it. Shows the entire front of the trailer and that light pole.
State Exhibit B12. What are we looking at there? Where is that picture taken from?
This is on these little items on the side of the trailer here. They house chickens. There were both chickens and dogs that appeared on these 2 properties that were being raised.
And do you recall, were those chickens individually penned or were they penned as groups, or do you have any recollection?
I believe in these pens they were individually. We found several inside that were multiples.
Okay. State Exhibit B13.
And from this area looking back towards scene 1, where you see the cars and other equipment in the yard.
And on the diagram, as you just pointed to, and maybe even depicted in this picture, at the time that you were out there, was there a walkway or a path or almost like a road, a dirt road between the 2?
Yes.
And if you could, show the jury where that is.
You can see there were multiple roadways, pathways that went between the 2 houses.
Can you show me State Exhibit B14?
Through these chicken coops.
Now, in that picture, is there crime scene tape depicted?
There is.
And when you got there, that scene, was that scene already taped off and secured?
Yes, the sheriff's department did that, I believe.
Can you give me State Exhibit B15, please? If you could walk us through what we're looking at there and where that picture is taken.
So now we're on the back corner, working our way around to the back of the trailer.
And I'll go over
There was like a mossy growth, as you see on vinyl siding.
Does that picture truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B16, please? Again, walk us through where that picture is taken from and what the jury's looking at.
This is from basically the same vantage point, but looking straight down the back of the trailer. You can see some dogs chained out there in the back door to the trailer.
Were those dogs present when you were there April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me State's Exhibit? Was that B15 or B16? 16. Okay, can I get B17? As you worked your way through that backyard area, at some point, did you find items of interest that you wanted to document and ultimately maybe collect?
Yes.
Okay. Was one of those items a knife?
It was.
Can you go back to B16 for me, Mr. Junk? We're going to pop back to B16. Where in B16 was the knife that you found?
If you see here, where there's some skirting missing along the bottom of the trailer and there's some hoses, it was right down in this corner here.
And then go ahead and give me B17. State's Exhibit B17, is that knife that you found present in that picture B17?
It is. It's right here.
And again, did you continue to go in and document that item? Can you give me State's Exhibit B18, please? What's depicted in State's Exhibit B18?
This would be a close-up photo of that knife.
And ultimately, in that same general area, did you also find a sledgehammer that was of interest to you?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B183? Now, when you found that knife and that sledgehammer, again, did you mark them? At that point, did you have any idea whether those were actually involved in the crimes that you were out there investigating?
No, I didn't.
Is it common practice to basically mark, identify, or collect anything that could be related to a case or looks out of place or something that you wouldn't expect to find?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you did with these two pieces of evidence?
Yes, we knew there were homicides committed, unknown the means at this time because I hadn't even been in the trailer yet, but a knife, a sledgehammer are items that could be used as a weapon. So that's why I thought they could be probative.
Out of abundance of caution, do you just collect anything that could be related to the case?
Yes.
And with respect to State's Exhibit B183, can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B183?
Yes, you can see the knife here is marked as item number 4. And also up here is the sledgehammer that I recovered marked as item 5.
And ultimately, again, as you go through and collect evidence and document evidence, do you assign a unique BCI item number for your documentation purposes?
Yes, tangible items that we will actually collect typically get numbers. If there are areas, say an area of blood or an area of interest, it may get a letter.
Mr. Dunn, can you give me State's Exhibit B184? With respect to the knife, again, because you didn't know exactly what you had or what may be involved, did you mark that knife and ultimately collect it as evidence?
I did.
Okay. State's Exhibit B184, what's depicted in that picture?
This is a close-up picture again of the knife with the placard number 4.
State's Exhibit B313, is that what that is?
B313, yes.
B313 that I just needed you. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
I do. It is the description is knife, evidence number 4, collected from 4199 Union Hill with my initials and the date.
Actually, active stipulation on this one.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, this time, the parties would agree and stipulate that State Exhibit B313 is the knife collected by Agent Fortner, marked with BCI evidence.
I would have then taken that into custody and ultimately secured it in evidence.
Did you also collect that sledgehammer?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit? Let's go to let's go to B20. I put up on the TV screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit B20. Walk us through what we're seeing in that picture and what you did with that item.
Yes, you can see the sledgehammer toward the bottom of the screen here and the distance relationship to the stairs at the back door of the trailer.
Ultimately, again, did you collect and mark that item?
I did.
Can I get B185 in that picture?
That is the sledgehammer that I had marked as item number 5 and collected from the backyard of scene 2.
going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit B314. Can you take a look at the markings on State's Exhibit B314?
Yes, it says, has a sticker with evidence number 5, description hammer, sledgehammer, collected at 4199 Union, held by me, with my initials on the seal.
And is that sledgehammer in relation to this?
No, it didn't.
No, Your Honor, at this time, I believe the parties would stipulate that State's Exhibit B314 is a box containing the sledgehammer.
That's correct.
And with respect to that item right there, what did you do with it when you collected it?
All items collected would have been taken into our custody and then secured in evidence.
As you worked your way through that backyard or the backyard of that area, did you also find a pair of pliers that grabbed your attention?
I did. They were on the back steps or the steps to the back door of the trailer.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B22? All right, State's Exhibit B22. Well, first of all, show the jury on the diagram where on that trailer is that back porch, and walk us through what's depicted in that picture.
Yes, so the back porch, back door is roughly in this area. And you can see the pair of pliers that are recovered from the second step down on the steps to that back door.
Ultimately, did you mark those pliers and collect them?
I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B187? Whether or not those pliers are directly related in the crime?
No, I didn't.
Again, is it something that, out of abundance of caution, you would have been interested in collecting as potential evidence in this case?
Yes.
Tell the jury what's depicted in State Exhibit B187.
It is a close-up photo of the pliers mentioned with placard number 6.
I love
State
the
Exhibit B315. You recognize the markings on that?
I do. It is my evidence sticker with evidence number 6. Description is pliers from rear steps collected from 4199 Union Hill by me, and my initials are on the side. Yes.
Yeah, we have another stipulation for identification.
Established as fact as well.
B24.
I'm skipping
When
through
you
all
were
the
up
process
on
of
that back porch area, did you have the opportunity to examine the back door of that trailer?
Yes.
Walk us through what you did and how you examined it and what you noticed, if anything.
We checked to see if the door was locked, photographed the door, obviously. The back door to this trailer had no signs of forced entry. There was some damage to the edge of the door, but it did not appear fresh. The handle and deadbolt locker on the left side, I could see the hinges of the door on the exterior on the right side, meaning it would open outward toward me from left to right.
Okay, and that was going to be a question I asked. That door did you observe that door to be a door that actually opened out?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B188, please? Okay, can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B188?
Yes, this is just a closer view of that door.
Mr. John, could you do me a favor? Could you zoom in on that
I love
door
that.
handle area?
Come here, Kona Bean.
A little more. Let's stop right there.
Anytime I play with
Can you
Lucy's
center that
squeaky
over,
toys,
slide it
dogs
over?
go crazy.
There you go. Thank you. All right, I've asked Mr. Junk to zoom in on that area. I'm going to show you another picture. I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit B188 with a little a. State's Exhibit B188 little a. Can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, this is the closer zoomed view of that door handle and the damage to the edge of the door there.
And State's Exhibit B188 little a, does that truly accurately depict the way that door and that door frame looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Keep on moving. Can you give me State's Exhibit B25? All right. Can you tell us what we're looking at? State's Exhibit B25 is up on the screen for the jury. Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B25?
Yes, this is a view of the other half of the rear of the trailer. The door and steps we have just seen would be to the right of this photo. It shows 2 windows, one of which is open, and a pen with some dogs in it.
With respect to the backside of that trailer, you talked about the moss that you observed. Again, can you see moss in this area of that trailer as well?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? Your Honor, can I have the witness step down?
So all of the stuff that we've heard
You have
about
a
the scene and autopsy stuff, it's all for the scene number 1.
You could slide down to the sides so the jury can see you're not
Chris
blocking their view.
Senior and
With respect to the window that is
Now we're on
closed, can you point out the nature of the moss under that and describe what you're looking at there?
Yes. You see there is moss under the window on each of the layers of siding.
And with respect to the window that is open, can you point to that window and again, describe the moss under that window?
You can see the open window. There is moss under the window, similar to the closed window. However, there is an apparent void in the moss directly under the center.
Thank you, Rex. And again, does that image truly and accurately depict the way the backside of that trailer looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B26, this next picture? Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to this picture, please?
Yes, this is panned a little farther to the left, showing some more dog houses in the backyard, as well as the open window with the moss around it and the void in the moss.
Can you give me State Exhibit B27, please? With respect to State's Exhibit B27, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a photograph of that open window on the rear of the trailer.
And as you had the opportunity to view that window on that day, in addition to the void and the moss, did you notice the presence of air conditioning units underneath that unit?
Yes,
or
there
that window,
were
I guess.
2 separate central air conditioning units, some other items, cooler, other things.
And again, you can't really judge depth, but with respect to the location of those air conditioning units, did they appear to be directly up against or close to the wall underneath that open window?
It would have been close to that wall, yes.
Can you give me State Exhibit 2312? Is that 2312 right there?
2312 is the next one. B28.
Go ahead and give me State's Exhibit B12. I'm sorry, B28. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B28?
This is a closer view of that open window on the rear of the trailer.
And with respect to that window, is that the height or is that how high that window was open when you found it on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, it was.
Did you at any point manipulate, open, or close that window?
Not prior to these photographs.
Can I get State Exhibit B29? With respect to State Exhibit B29, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
This is some of the siding under that open window to show the moss, show some of the items that are around that area.
If I can take the point. The point here first.
Okay.
All right, the area that I'm pointing at on the screen containing State Exhibit B29, is that the same area that I just pointed to on your picture?
It is.
And I want you to focus on that area. As you look at that area with respect to that picture, again, what am I pointing to?
That is the corner of one of the air conditioner units that is there under that open window.
In that picture, does it appear that there's grass on the corner of that air conditioning unit?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B33?
Yes, we're now on that corner looking back at the rear of the residence. You can see off in the distance a bit the back door with the stairs. And though you can't see the open portion of the window, you see where the 2 windows are.
With respect to that back door, I'm not going to have Mr. Junk take us all the way back to the picture, but did that back door appear to be a standard size back door?
Yes.
And if that back door would have been open while you were there, would you have been able to go through that back door or walk through that back door?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit? Let me back up real quick. We're going to go back to that. We're going to look at State's Exhibit.
Okay.
Well, first of all, the screen that I'm pointing, where I'm pointing out on the screen right here, that's the same area that I pointed to.
Yes.
On your picture. That's the area we're going to focus on. All right. In that area there, again, a little further, does it appear that there's a dog kennel?
There does, yeah.
Okay, and dog fencing.
Yes.
But with respect to the area that I pointed out behind that open window, does it appear that that dog fencing blocks or impedes access to that open window?
No, it does not.
Can I get State's Exhibit B30, please? Can you tell us what that is and where that is on 4199 Union Road?
This is one of the chicken coops that is there along the back wall. I believe it was covered in a blue tarp in the original picture. I lifted it up to take photos of this.
Can I get State's Exhibit B34? State's Exhibit B34. Could you tell us what we're looking at, where that picture's taken from?
Yes, it's a black truck that's parked along the side of the residence there.
In the last picture, you talked about a coupe being present. Where is that coupe in that picture?
It is not actually in this picture. It is beside the wooden box that you see on the right of this picture.
Okay. So would it be just a little further to the right of that wooden box?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B35, please? State's Exhibit B35, can you tell us what we're looking at there and where that is with respect to 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes, this is again on that side of the trailer, photograph in the bed of that truck of the items that were there.
Was there anything of evidentiary value that you removed from that area or the back of that truck on April 22nd, 2016?
No, there wasn't.
Can you get State's Exhibit B36, please? State's Exhibit B36, can you tell us what we're looking at there and what area of 4199 Union Hill Road that is?
We're again on that side of the trailer, showing that black truck, the side of it, through a carport frame that's also there.
Can you get State's Exhibit B37, this next picture? Can you tell us where we're at on the property there and what that picture is oriented towards?
In that same area, actually just turned around, you can still see we're within the frame of that carport, and more pens, dog houses there.
Can you do me a favor, show us on the diagram where that area is?
From this side of the house, you can see the carport frame there. These are the dog houses.
State's Exhibit B38, just the next one. Tell us what we're looking at there.
It is a close-up of one of those pens with small chickens in it.
Where is that? That's still on that far side?
Yes, that would be this wooden-looking structure.
And then State's Exhibit B39.
This is a photograph just panned around farther, showing a doghouse there. You can see one of the sheriff's cruisers in the yard.
Have you almost made it all the way around that property now?
Yes.
Can you give us B40, please? Where are we at there?
This is a photograph from that same area within that carport frame looking out toward the road.
Okay. I think you may have testified yesterday about the trucks that you drive that you take home
Yes.
or work from home. What is that there in the driveway?
Yes, that is my assigned crime scene truck at the time.
Your Honor, I've taken this witness all the way around this property. I think probably this is a good stop point for us if you're looking for a break point for 4:30.
All right.
All right,
We will
so
recess at this point until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. You all be going home.
y'all be going home. Y'all won't be back till tomorrow. I love his voice. He sounds like home, which is funny because he is Ohio. All right, so that is the end of day 7. Now, he's back on the stand during 8, but let me pop this on up for you. So we can look at this. Alrighty. I gotta move myself. There we go. Okay, so actually, let me do the next one. We're going through, they're going through the different scenes. So keep in mind, there were 8 victims in 4 different places. So it's a lot to have them come up and go over all of the details for everything all at once. So what they're doing is my kid is texting me, sorry. What they did is break it down. So we've heard the stuff about the first scene where it was Gary and Chris. So we just heard their autopsies. We heard all about them going to their house. And remember, we saw where he had the cameras, but the cameras were disconnected. And they went through, you know, the evidence there, the autopsies there, and all that. So that was Chris Sr.'s. That's location number 1. So now we have moved on to location number 2. So they said that the back window was open and it was like missing that moss that gets on the side or whatever. It was missing the moss. So he noticed that, and but there was still like stuff that was in the inside of the window and stuff like that. So but they noticed that, and then noticed the you know, the doors didn't have damage and that type of stuff. So all of the stuff that we're going over now, and they said that they're that the kid answered the door. Oh, the kid answered the door, and that part's sad too, actually, because he said their family, they watched Walking Dead, and so when the kid answered the door, he said that his dad is in the back playing zombie. I think that's so sad. All right, so let's get going on the next part. And I think, let me look at my timestamps. The day starts off with the first like 20 minutes are objections about them showing pictures of the victims on the screen. So I think we can skip forward a little bit.
Identification purposes, State's Exhibits B47 through B51. State's Exhibits B47 through B51. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in those pictures?
These are photographs of the blue car that was in front of the residence.
Now, I had Mr. Junk post up on the TV screen, State's Exhibit B47. Again, can you tell the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit B47?
Yes, this is the rear of that blue car that was in front yard.
Now, with respect to that blue car, again, did you document all sides and angles of that vehicle as it appeared in that location on that day?
Yes, I did.
And those other exhibits, B48 through B51, that I'm not going to put up on the screen, again, do those truly and accurately depict the way that vehicle looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
To provide a little bit of orientation, can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to B47, how that car is angled, and what's caught in the background?
Yes, it was roughly in this location here. This photograph would be from this direction, looking at the rear of.
And that road there from that angle, does that head back down towards scene 1?
Yes, you can actually see some of the vehicles now buildings of scene 1 there.
So that shows you how close.
In addition
they're
to documenting those vehicles in that front driveway area, did you also find or locate various cigarette butts in the front area of that location there at 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes.
And if you could, use your pointer there, show the jury where you located various cigarette butts.
They were essentially in this area around the driveway, just off the porch.
Did you collect those butts as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
And walk us through how you would have gone about collecting those.
It would have been photographed similar to other items and collected and sealed in packaging.
Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B52? My handy another set of pictures. Can you look at those pictures and tell us, are the cigarette butts that you collected as part of your work in this case, are those depicted in those pictures?
Yes, they are.
In State's Exhibit B52 that's up on the screen, can you tell the jury what area that residence they're looking at and what you're trying to depict in that picture?
Yes, again, you can see one of the tires of the red truck, and there are cigarette butts in the gravel there.
And would you, again, part of zooming in, obviously this is a contextual picture, but as part of zooming in so that you can actually photograph or document how those butts actually looked on the ground that day?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B53, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in respect to State's Exhibit B53?
Yes, this is a closer picture of a couple of the cigarette butts located in the driveway.
Were there also some cigarette butts that you located near the front porch area?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B54, please? Okay. And again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B54?
Yes, these are the steps of the front porch, and there are some cigarette butts on the ground near the steps.
Would you have taken individual pictures or close-up pictures of the cigarette butts that you collected in that area as part of your work in this case?
Probably not individual each cigarette butt, but yes, I would have taken close-up pictures to show the cigarette butts.
And did you, in fact, do that?
Yes.
And are those pictures depicted in State's Exhibits B55 through 57? I'm not necessarily going to show those, just
yes.
Look at those pictures that you have in front of you. And those exhibits, State's Exhibits B55 through B57, those truly and accurately depict the way those cigarette butts looked on that day that you collected them?
Yes.
Did you eventually mark and collect those cigarette butts?
I did.
Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit B180? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B180?
These are the cigarette butts that I collected from that outside area as item number 3.
Did you put all those cigarette butts into one envelope or one packaging?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B312. And I actually opened that before we came in here. Be careful, there's some loose items in there. I don't want you to spill them. Can you look in that pack? Well, first of all, do you recognize the markings on the front of that packaging?
Yes, it's labeled as my evidence number 3, cigarette butts from driveway with my initials on the seal.
Now, can you look into that open package and tell the jury what's inside that open package?
There are some loose cigarette butts as well as 3 other individual envelopes.
Okay. Can you pull the 3 individual envelopes out for us?
Yes.
Now, those individual envelopes, are those your envelopes? Did you do that or did somebody else do that?
I did not. This would have been done at the lab.
And do you recognize, well, are there markings on the outside or individual identification markings on the outside of each of those packets?
Yes, there are.
Can you tell us how those packets are marked?
They're marked with a lab number 16-15196 with the date of 4/29/16 and someone's initials on the seal.
Are there individual numbers on those packets?
Yes, there are.
Can you tell the jury what those numbers are?
I believe number 2, number 14, and number 15. Looks like.
And again, do you recognize that as work that potentially the lab would have done in this case on those butts that you collected on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, can you state that for us?
Ms. Parkins will be number 32, I believe, on your list. The parties would agree and stipulate that several cigarette butts were sent to the lab from State's Exhibit B312, which were cigarette butts that were located and collected at 4199 Union Hill Road. Those cigarette butts were identified by the lab as item 17A, or butt number 14, 17B, or butt number 15, and 17C, or butt number 2. The cigarette butt labeled as 17A, or also 14, had unknown female DNA on it. The cigarette butt labeled as 17B, or also number 15, had male DNA on it, and Frankie Roden could not be excluded as the contributor of that DNA. And then the cigarette butt labeled as 17C, or also number 2, had unknown male DNA on it.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to extend the court.
With respect to that front deck and the area right out front of that front deck.
Yes, in particular, there was an apparent blood stain on the wooden table in the front yard.
Can you give me, Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit B59? State's Exhibit B59, could you, again, show the jury on the big screen where that is, or not the big screen, on the big overhead aerial, where that is, and then tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B59.
This was the table that was located in the yard here. You can see the apparent blood stain. It was tested and was positive for blood. Subsequently, this is where the deputy had told me the family brought the infant out and changed its diaper there.
And with respect to the size, location, nature of the blood on that wood table, did it look consistent with a bloody diaper having been changed in that area?
Yes.
Even though you had been told what had happened there, did you still swab that area for potential evidence?
Yes.
And walk us through how, when you do a swab to collect suspected blood.
Yes, I take, of course, with gloves on, 2 sterile swabs, hydrated with distilled water, swab the material, place them back in the package, and seal them in an envelope.
And eventually, is that stored, maintained, and kept in accordance with your standard operating procedures?
Yes.
And eventually, if requested, do those swabs make their way to the lab?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B60? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B60?
Yes, these are the blood stains on that table.
And eventually, did you mark those with a photo ID placard or some kind of marking system that allows you to identify it for BCI cataloging purposes?
Yes, this would have been marked as an area.
Okay, so tell us about that. You've given other items numbers. How do you mark an area?
And like I think I've explained, any tangible object that we're going to pick up and keep would get an item number. If there's an area of interest, such as a blood stain, we would give that a letter number or a letter placard to make it an area.
Okay. Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit B181?
An area of blood on the wooden table in front of the residence, and it is marked with a placard as Area A. There's an envelope with my evidence sticker showing it's evidence number 18, containing 2 swabs of suspected blood from the wood table in Area A, collected from 4199 Union Hill, and my initials are on the seal.
And again, are those the swabs you collected as depicted in State's Exhibit B181?
Yes.
And did you maintain, and store those in accordance with standard operating procedure?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
State that for us, please.
The parties would agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit B327 was not sent to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Covers through evidence here.
Yard area that you talked about, cigarette butt, sweatshirt, blood stain. Did you also do some work in documenting evidence or documenting that front porch area that was just depicted?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. State's Exhibit B61. I'm actually going to take this. I'm going to put up, I've taken down State's Exhibit B332. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit B334 for the jury. Can you look at State's Exhibit B334? Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a diagram, rough diagram, not to scale, of the residence, produced by Agent Durst, subsequent to our investigation of the scene.
And with respect to these diagrams, you said that they're not to scale. Do you create these diagrams, or does BCI create these diagrams to give a general idea of where various pieces of evidence are found in a scene?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that exact exhibit, do you see some of the exhibits or some of the pieces of evidence that you've already testified to?
Yes.
And can you walk us through just really quickly where those are?
Well, here's the front porch, the front door to the residence. Number 3 would have been the cigarette butts in this general area. Number 2 was where the gray sweatshirt was collected.
And then yesterday, did you testify to some of the pieces of evidence that were found in the back of that residence?
Yes.
And are those also depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
Can you show us where those are?
4, 5, and 6 were the knife, sledgehammer, and pliers that were out back.
And again, on that document or on that exhibit, is there a guide or a ledger that links each one of those pieces up with what actually was found there with respect to a number?
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through your documentation of that front porch area. How did you go about doing it, and what were you trying to capture?
Similar to a room in a house, we would go photograph all areas of it, either corner to corner, side to side, or both, just to document everything that's there.
State's Exhibit B61, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
It's a photograph of the porch from the stairs.
State's Exhibit B62.
Another photograph of the porch from that corner.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to examine the items that were in the corner of that porch?
We did.
Was there anything in that grouping of items that was of evidentiary value to you?
No.
Thank you, Regina.
State's Exhibit B65. You tell us what we're looking at there?
This is a photograph of those items from a different angle on the porch.
And again, didn't collect anything from that area. Is that correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit B64. Can you tell us what area of the porch, and because it's not really clear, can you point on the the diagram where we're looking at there?
Be in this area to the right of the front door, in this corner of the porch.
And what was in that area?
A few bags of things.
Did you have the opportunity to look at those items, check to see if there was anything in that area that was of evidentiary value to you?
Yes, I did.
And was there anything of evidentiary value to you?
No, there wasn't.
Can I get State's Exhibit B67? Can you tell us what that is?
Just a different angle of those same items in that corner.
And then State's Exhibit B66. What are we looking at there?
There's a photograph from the front door area looking back out toward the steps of the front porch.
And again, we see another bag there. It looks like some kind of animal carrier. Did you have the opportunity as part of your work to check those areas as well?
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value in that area, in that bag that you collected?
No, there wasn't.
And State's Exhibit B63. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B63?
This is a photograph of the front porch toward the front door of the residence.
Is that how you found the front door when you arrived to do your diagramming or your documentation of this scene?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity, after you documented how the porch was set up, check the porch for anything of evidentiary value? Did you have the opportunity to take a look at that door, examine that door, and document anything that might have interested you with respect to that door?
Yes, we did.
Can you walk the jury through how you did that and what you found?
Yes, we visually inspected the door. We did find what appeared to be a blood stain or a reddish brown stain on the door, on the face of the door itself. We also swabbed the door handles for potential touch DNA. And then eventually we fingerprinted the door as well.
And tell the jury what touch DNA is.
Touch DNA is anytime we touch anything, we are constantly sloughing off skin cells. And so there's a chance if you touch something, you'll leave some of those skin cells. Those are nucleated cells which have DNA in them. So just by touching something, you could leave your DNA.
And if I have gloves on and I touch the door, gloves on, I go into a scene, again, could those gloves inhibit or prevent my DNA from sloughing off and getting on anything I touch?
Yes.
You could look through those. Do those pictures depict the work that you did around that front door on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
And Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B68, please? State's Exhibit B68, could you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B68?
This is a photograph of that front door from the outside.
Mr. Junk, can you go to B69?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the exterior of that front door showing the reddish brown stains.
Pictures, so you can document how those stains looked actually on the door.
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B70, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a close-up photo of those reddish brown stains.
Mark them for the purposes of documenting with the camera.
Similar to the blood on the wooden table up front, we would give this an area. I believe this was area B. We would then put a scale up as well with these blood stains, take a photograph of that, and then collect the blood.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B190, please? Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit B190?
Yes, this is those reddish brown stains with a scale up, and it's marked as B.
And then State's Exhibit B191.
Happy anniversary.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there with State's Exhibit B191?
Yes, this is a close-up photo of those stains.
Now, eventually, walk us through, you talked about presumptive blood testing.
Yes.
Walk the jury through how you test a stain like that for the presumptive presence of blood and what that means.
We use a chemical called tetramethylbenzidine, which we shorten to TMB. Bob.
Okay, we're going to skip through
Is that
this
typically
part.
done with respect to the DNA testing in a case?
Yes.
And did you take swabs of that, testing it for presumptive presence of blood?
I did.
And can you tell us what the results were?
It was positive.
So it's blood.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit B325. State's Exhibit B325. Do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
Yes, it's my evidence sticker with the number 16, 2 swabs of suspected blood from the front door exterior, area B, collected from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
And are there also markings on that document that show that it went to the lab?
Yes.
I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, please state it for us.
Mr. Parker, this will be stipulation number 34. The swabs identified, the parties agree and stipulate that the swabs identified as States Exhibit 325, which are BCI item number 16, from the area marked or noted as B on the door at 4199 Union Hill Road, were submitted to the lab for further testing. The testing in the lab was inconclusive as to whether or not the swabs contained blood. There was insufficient DNA on the swabs for the purposes of DNA comparison.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct.
Established.
From that spot, did you continue to examine that door to check it for any damage?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B71, please? And can you tell
Brake plate for the lock and the deadbolt, as well as a chain lock at the top.
And with respect to that area, was that the condition you found that to be in on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give me B72, just the next picture? State's Exhibit B72, can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
This is a close-up photograph of that chain from the lock. Chain lock does not appear to be damaged in any way.
State's Exhibit B73. Can you tell us what that is?
We're looking at those strike plates for the door handle, lock, and the deadbolt. Again, no signs of damage or forced entry.
And then B74. Can you tell us what we're looking at there in State's Exhibit B74?
This is a photograph of the edge of the door showing the lock and the deadbolt and the frame of the door itself with no apparent damage or signs of forced entry.
As part of your work in this case, in addition to examining those areas for the presence or absence of damage, did you also do blind swabs of both the interior and exterior door handle?
Yes.
Walk the jury through how you did those blind swabs.
Again, when we take blind swabs, we use one sterile swab hydrated with distilled water and swab the area where we suspect there could be DNA and place it in the package, seal it in an envelope similar to if we have known material like blood.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B323. State's Exhibit B323. Do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
Yes, it's my evidence sticker with number 14 containing one blind swab from the front door exterior handle collected from 4199 Union Hill Road.
Okay, I'm going to skip through all the blood
Fairly
samples.
cluttered.
Yeah.
Causing
We're gonna
issues
get
in the
to-
scene. Number one, are you careful with how you work your?
I'm skipping through all they took swabs, they did the blood, everything was, they did all that. That's not, none of that is earth shattering and it's none of it surprising because obviously they were killed there. There's going to be blood there. So I'm skipping forward through all of that stuff and all those stipulations and everything to where he goes inside.
Way around and document a scene?
Yes.
And number two, do you typically wear protective clothing with respect to tie-back suits, booties, that kind of stuff?
Not every time, but we do use personal protection. We always wear gloves, often wear booties, and occasionally wear tie back.
Okay. And again, a lot of that's scene dependent, is that correct?
Correct.
When you walked into that area, when you began your examination of 4199 Union Hill, describe to the jury what you were seeing. What was the lighting conditions? What was the general layout? Walk them through your observations.
So when we entered the living room, we noticed there were no overhead lights on. The only light we saw was a night light plugged into the wall, and the light over the oven was on. The television was on to children's programming, cartoons, I believe, at the time.
Oh.
If you could, walk us through or use your pointer, show the jury where was the TV in that room.
So as you come in the front door, the TV was along this wall. The oven with the light and the night light were in that kitchen.
Was it fairly difficult to see in that area?
Yes, it was somewhat dark. There were clothes on the floor. There were other items. There was even trash and food items that were around. It was pretty cluttered. It's heavier in some spots than others, but it was pretty cluttered.
And as part of your work in doing your initial observations, did you actually take pictures and document the condition of that front room?
Yes.
Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit B77? All right, we're going to do kind of the same thing with this diagram that we did with the outdoor diagram. When I ask you about these pictures, I want you to kind of show us where you were in the residence and which direction that that picture is indicated. So with respect to State's Exhibit B77, walk us through that. Where are you taking this picture from? What area of the residence are you depicting? And tell us generally what you're observing when you take this picture.
This is a photograph from basically standing just inside the front door, looking towards the kitchen and living room area.
And with respect to that couch that's depicted in the picture, again.
Yes, it would be right there inside the front door.
And that was fairly close to that front door, right?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B78, please? Actually, you know, can you back me up? Back me back up there. To that back door?
Yes.
Okay. Is that depicted in that picture there as well?
Yes.
Can you point to the picture at least, kind of show?
Yes. Walk right through there.
And again, eventually, as part of your work in this case, did you walk through that area?
Yes.
Did you have any problem at all moving or maneuvering through that area?
No.
Now, can you give me State's Exhibit B78? Can you tell us, using the diagram, where is that picture taken from? What you depicting?
From the same area, the front door. Now we're looking more into just the living room and the television there.
And with respect to the programming that's on that TV that's captured in that picture, does that truly and accurately depict the type of program that was on that TV that day?
Yes.
You didn't change the channel. You don't like change it channels so you watch something while you're doing your processing, right?
No.
Okay. Can I get State's Exhibit B81, please? Area of the room that's depicted.
It's from this vantage point looking back toward the TV in the living room.
And are you just working that pan or panning around that room with these pictures?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B79.
Wall.
And where are we looking at? And
this is from this vantage point beside the TV looking towards this wall.
In that, from that picture there, again, even though you're focusing on that what I would call the right wall, when you walk in the door, the right wall of that living room, can you see in that picture that hallway that works its way back to those back bedrooms?
Yes.
And again, same type of question with respect to, I walked you from the front door area through the living room into the kitchen to the back door. You said there was a clear path that you could walk through there. From that picture that you're taking back towards this, what I'll call the right wall, again, into that hallway and into that back bedroom where ultimately the bodies were found, again, was that a fairly clear path that you could move through?
Yes, there were some items on the floor, but it was clear enough to walk through.
And again, you didn't have any problem yourself moving or maneuvering back through there?
Correct.
Can I get State's Exhibit B82? Hold on one second.
TV and some of the cabinets.
Can I get B84? Where are we at in that area?
We're in this corner, looking back toward this corner. You can see the front door and the couch.
B8.
Looking back towards this. This is a photograph of the rug in the living room, the center of the living room.
And with respect to the item that's on the, I guess it'd be 12 o'clock position, that red item, what is it? Is it a pillow?
It appears to be a pillow, yes.
Does that truly accurately depict the way that area worked or looked on that day?
Yes.
And then finally, B85. Documentation of that living room into that kitchen area.
Yes.
Hand you another stack of pictures, and I believe, is it B88 for the first one?
Yes.
B88 is the first one on that stack. Give me B88. Agent Porter, could you do the same thing? Tell us where that picture is taken from and what it's depicting.
Okay. This is basically from the entryway from the living room here, looking straight down toward the table and refrigerator.
B89, next picture.
This is a photograph taken from this location showing the kitchen counter there.
Okay.
On that counter. In this.
You can't see these. These are just.
Can I get B90, please?
The ones.
Did you have to turn them back on? Did you turn them off, turn them off? That's the way you found them when you went in there, is that correct?
Yes, I photographed it in the condition I found.
Can I get B90, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit B90?
Yes, this is a photograph from this location looking into the kitchen.
And State's Exhibit B91? Where are we at there?
We are on the other side of the table, so we're looking back toward the refrigerator, and there's a freezer. Here, again, this is not...
Bags and some of this cluttered area. Was there anything of evidentiary value? Well, let's talk about the living room. first of all, you went through the entire living room. Was there anything of evidentiary value in the living room that you collected?
No.
And with respect to the bags and the cluttered area that you talked about with respect to the counters, was there anything of evidentiary value in those areas that you collected?
No.
Can you give me B93?
The 16-year-old brother is the only kid that was.
Can you tell us what we're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B93?
This is in the kitchen, looking toward the rear door.
And is that the same door that you testified that you examined?
It opens to the outside.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B99? Can you tell us what's depicted there in State's Exhibit B99?
A photograph of that back door, the interior.
And with respect to the deadbolt lock on that door, is that picture depicted the way that that deadbolt lock appeared on the day that you examined it?
Yes.
And do you know, was there later work done or documentation done later on to look at that deadbolt and determine in what position it's locked or unlocked?
Yes, I believe it was verified that the deadbolt in that position would be unlocked.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B100? Okay. Again, can you tell us what that is?
This is a close-up photograph of the door lock and deadbolt. There's no apparent visual sign of the deadbolt being locked.
And again, you're understanding that later on, more documentation of the lock in that position was done. Is that correct?
Correct. And the lock on the door handle appears to be in a vertical orientation.
Can you give me the area we're looking at there with respect to that picture?
Again, we're in the kitchen. The stove is in this location.
With respect to that light or oven light being on, is that depicted in that picture as well?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B96, please? Tell us where we're looking in that picture and what's depicted.
This is from the kitchen looking back out over that counter into the living room.
And then State's Exhibit B97. What are we looking at there?
There's a photograph of this table in the kitchen.
State's Exhibit B98. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yeah, there's a photograph of a bag of trash that was opened and searched there.
Now, eventually, after you had documented everything, preserved the way it looked as you initially entered that area, did you do more work in that kitchen area with respect to the floor?
Yes.
Walk us through what you did with respect to that kitchen floor.
We checked the floor for potential shoe prints, footwear prints. The way we do that is we use just fingerprint powder. The soles of your shoes, generally as you walk outside, pick up oils from asphalt or from other things that can then be deposited on the floor like this, and it would adhere to the fingerprint powder.
And as you, well, before you put the fingerprint powder down, do you first visually look at that area?
Okay, I want to
blood.
processing.
Would that have led you to believe that that print in blood was probably more linked to your murders?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to put up what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B197. State's Exhibit B197, again, I handed you a stack of pictures. The State's Exhibit B197 that's in that stack of pictures, is that up on the screen now?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to B197 and what all that is?
This is the linoleum kitchen floor that we use fingerprint powder to develop some footwear impressions.
And if you could point to the diagram, show us the orientation of that picture.
So this is in the kitchen. At the top of the picture, you can see the drawer at the bottom of the stove.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B198? Walk us through what we're seeing in State's Exhibit B198.
This is in the corner of the kitchen. You can see footwear impressions that are developed using fingerprint powder.
State's Exhibit B199. Walk us through that.
This is a close-up photo of that impression.
And State's Exhibit B200. What is that?
Just a closer photo to try and provide more detail.
I believe I also handed you what was marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibits B201 through B210. I'm not going to put those up on the screen, but can you just tell the jury what those are?
Yes, these are further photographs of this and other impressions that were developed, photographed with a scale to show their size, and they were eventually collected.
Okay. With respect to documenting those at the lab.
Right, we know how they document.
Eventually, do you know were the pictures that you took in this case sent to a lab or used to either? As part of your collection of this type of evidence, did you also take a lift of that shoe print that is documented in that picture?
Yes, so in addition to photographing the print and using the photograph for a comparison if need be later, we also lift or attempt to lift them with what's called a gel lift. It's simply a gel-like material on a paper backing that we put down on the impression. We usually leave it sit for a few minutes to absorb some of that powder, and then we peel it up, and the impression is then in the gel, and we preserve that.
And eventually, does that go to the lab so that scientists or experts can, again, either rule in or rule out shoe prints?
It can, yes.
My handy, what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit B322. Can you look at State's Exhibit B322 for us?
Yes, it has an evidence sticker number 13 containing gel lifts of developed footwear impressions from the floor from 4199 Union Hill Road with my initials on the seal.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that up for us?
Sure. There are 3 gel lifts marked with my name and the scene information labeled as FWI or footwear impression, numbers 1, 2, and 3. There's a rough diagram showing roughly where it was located in the room. And then this is the impression that was lifted.
Okay. And again, each of those impressions, do you recognize those as impressions that you lifted from that living room area as part of your work, in this case on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
Darren asked permission to publish this. Okay.
All right, you may publish.
FWI number 3. The packaging marked for
I love
the
how
kitchen. At some point, did you continue back to the far, and on this diagram, I'll just call it the left side, the far left side of this residence and check the rooms back there?
Yes.
Mr. John, can I get State's Exhibit B101? State's Exhibit B101, which I have not handed you yet. And you another stack of pictures. State's Exhibit B101. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit B101? And again, use the diagram. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to walk the jury through that house with you.
Yes, this is a view from this area in the kitchen looking back towards the hallway of the bedroom area and the, I guess, laundry area.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Where's that at?
It is back in this location.
Okay. That hallway back there, ultimately, does that lead to a bedroom?
Yes.
If I, Andy Wilson, was up in this room right here doing something, would I be vulnerable to somebody who might be in that room, coming out and getting me or impeding my ability to do whatever I was in there? Could somebody be in this room and come out of this room and get to me fairly easily without me knowing?
I suppose they could, yes.
The door, that door area, if somebody was posted up at that door, would somebody in that area be able to alert me or stop somebody from coming out of that bedroom?
Yes, they would have a much better chance of knowing that someone was in that bedroom or coming out of it.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B102?
Up a little farther into that bedroom.
B103.
This is the shelf above the washer and dryer.
Is that in that same general area?
Yes.
And then B104.
Is the top of the washer and dryer.
And again, as part of your documentation, is it standard for you from time to time, if there's flows in a washer or dryer, to kind of document that area or condition of those flows?
Yes.
State's Exhibit B127.
Listen how loud they write.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Inside the dryer, documenting the clothes that are in there.
And again, at this point, as you're documenting the scene, do you have any idea if clothes in the dryer are any way, shape, or form related to this case?
No.
Is it just something that you do out of abundance of caution?
Yes.
Can I get State's Exhibit B105, please? Can you tell the jury where that picture is taken?
Yes, in this location, looking right at the threshold to the bedroom, and you see the threshold of the bathroom as well.
What are you trying to depict there?
Just showing the items on the floor.
B106. Okay, so where are we at there and where?
Again, we're in this location now, looking back out toward the kitchen.
Okay, so let's actually use that picture. That's good. Are we at the threshold of this bedroom door back here in this area?
Yes.
Looking back out this way, when the bodies were found?
No.
And with respect to that door that I was talking about, that back door.
This shows you the area they were talking about.
There. Where's that door in relationship to that picture?
Just right here on the left.
And again, somebody was there. Would that block my access from getting to that room undetected?
Could, yes.
And I say that room, I'm talking the bedroom where the bodies are found.
It could, yes.
Okay. Can I get B107, please? Into that little hallway area there by that rear bedroom or that far bedroom. Could you also document that bathroom area that's on the diagram and that bedroom?
Yes.
B108 on the top?
Correct.
State's Exhibit B108. Tell the jury what they're looking at there, what area of that diagram is that picture taken?
This is looking into that bathroom from the kitchen hallway area.
And I handed you that stack B108 to B112. Mr. Junk, I'm not going to show those pictures, but B108 to B112. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in all of those pictures?
Yes, just documenting all angles of that bathroom, looking in the sink where there was no apparent blood, looking in the bathtub, there was no apparent blood. There was a reddish substance on the wall that we tested. It was negative for the presence of blood.
With respect to the other items that were visible or anything in that room, did you find anything of evidentiary value at all in that bathroom?
No.
Didn't collect any evidence, correct?
Correct.
And then the other stack of pictures there, at some point, did you document and examine that bedroom that's over on the left side of that diagram?
Yes.
For evidence. Can I get State Exhibit B113? Okay, if you could, tell us what we're looking at there and where in the diagram that picture is taken from.
So this will be just at the threshold looking into the bedroom.
Can you give me State Exhibit B114? What are we looking at there?
Just panning to the left toward the other corner of the bedroom.
State Exhibit B115. Where are we looking at there?
Just pan to the left again, down that wall.
And those three pictures there, B113, B114, and B115, does that give you the general panoramic view of how that room looked on that day?
Yes.
Again, was this an area that was fairly cluttered?
Yes, it was.
Did you have the opportunity as part of your work in that room to look around that room, to look in bags, to look in different areas to see if there was anything of evidentiary value in that room?
We did.
And with respect to that room, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
We did not find anything that we felt was evidentiary. I know subsequently we did look at some cell phones. They were very old, not powered on. We didn't feel they were probative. However, they were subsequently collected and examined, and they should have nothing on them.
Okay. And again, those, where in the room were those cell phones?
They were in some totes and some of the clutter up in that area.
Did they appear, when you looked at them and collected them, did they appear to be old or not currently in use?
Yes, they were very old models. Again, not powered. Some of them didn't have batteries.
I also, in that stack there, I believe I've handed you probably State Exhibits B1, well, I handed you 113 through 126. We talked about B113, B114, and B115. B116 through B126, I'm not going to show those, Mr. Jones. B116 through B126, again, are those other pictures of the work that you did in that room?
Yes.
And do they,
We're about to
after
get to
this side,
I'm trying to get
residence,
us to
document the
lunch.
appearance of that area of that residence and then collect any evidence associated with those areas.
Yes.
B129. Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B128? Agent Porter, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to take the jury with you as you work your way through that area of that residence. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at and what's depicted in State's Exhibit B128?
Yes, these photos are from the front door area and then maybe a step or two in, looking down this hallway towards the bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to stop us right here. It's as good a time as any. And I'm going to take Lucy out. So let's see the poll. Let's see who was right. Let me double check. All right. We got 2 flip-flops. That's all she's brought me today. She's been sleeping. Lazy little thing. So 33% of you, let's see. What happened? I lost it. Where's my results? Oh, not 32. 37% of you were right. And 41% of you said 3 to 4, which is normally about where she's at this time. She's normally about at 3 or 4. So, so there you go. All right. So we're going to take a little break. Let me get our little picture up so we know what's happening. Scared the Jesus out of me. All right, there we go. So I am going to put this on pause and we will be back in 30 minutes. They do match, actually. They do. So she's a smart cookie. All right, I will see y'all in 30 minutes. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Welcome back, family. Welcome back. I hope your break was good. I had to take a couple of extra minutes because my kid cooked. He's off today, and he cooked, and he brought me lunch. He made tacos. So when you don't get to see your kid much, and because he works all the time and you work all the time, and he has a day off and cooks you lunch, you take an extra 10 minutes. Oh, let's see. Hello, hello. Going to give everybody a moment. I just imagine, like, when we do this, I imagine everybody with their little blue nap mats. Getting, like waking up from their naps. I imagine like I'm like the kindergarten teacher waking everybody up from their little blue naps. Okay, let's see. Chat should be back. I might have to refresh mine. Hold on, it's going to turn red for a second, but don't panic. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? That wasn't so hard. All right, now I have it. Hello, hello. My son is amazing. I love that kid. He's the best. And he made really good tacos. And he left some here, and I really want to heat up another one. They're really good. I love having a kid that likes to cook. I've always cooked. I was one of those that when Jacob was growing up, I cooked at home just about every single night. And so I would, teach him how to cook different things. And then, and he, like, I remember the first time I taught him how to fry chicken. He wanted it so often. I was like, look, do you know how labor intensive it is to fry chicken the right way? So I was like, I'll teach you to do it yourself. And so he likes cooking, and he works in a kitchen now, and he does a really good job. And he'll take stuff in the kitchen and like he'll make stuff that's on the menu, but he'll just make up his own stuff too, and he'll bring it home, and it's so good. He does a good job. So when he cooks for me, I like to enjoy it. And also he's off today, so we will probably be ending the stream early because I want to go hang out with him for a little while. But we'll get through a little bit more, and then we're going to call it a day early because my kid is off work. All righty, let's see. So welcome back. Oh, also, I know I told y'all earlier, but whoever missed it, I am going to set up a Lucy cam. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to make it like a whole thing. We'll make a whole production over it because she's bougie. So we'll have to have like a little bougie area. She's got her little bed down there right now. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the rug that I have over there that she likes to lay on. I'm going to put it right here. And I'm just going to like make this whole little area like a little decorated area for her. And then I'll have the cam facing on her because she's gotten to where she sleeps right there most of the time while I'm streaming. So I'm going to have it set up. So by Monday, you hear me talking about you with your little ponytail? By Monday, we'll have a Lucy cam. I can't remember who suggested that, but good idea. We're going to do it. All righty. Let's see. My sons are awesome cooks. I made sure they knew how as they grew up. Me too, Caper. I can tell you right now. And actually, my kid also, he just left. He's doing my laundry for me right now too. So he's gonna, he's not gonna be one of these sons I had to deal with when I was dating. Not mine. He opens doors. He cooks. He cleans up after himself. He does laundry. He's respectful of people. He ain't gonna be one of them that makes me want to punch him. All righty, let's see. Welcome back. I'm giving everybody just another minute, and then we're going to start. Oh, Crystal Holder says, my 5-year-old opens my car door. That's adorable. Buffy Bot, the best I can hope for is a decent nursing home. I love my youngin'. He's a good kid. He's a really good kid. The restaurant that he works at, a friend of mine owns it, and they all talk about, how respectful he is and how great he is. And they've given him like 2 raises already just since he started because they don't want him going anywhere. I love it. I love it. I'm proud of him. Kafer says, all I need to do is give them the look, as they call it. And that's to this day. And the oldest is 43. That's hilarious. Yeah, I have the look too. Not that you can see my eyebrows apparently, unless I have verdict eyebrows on, but it's this eyebrow that I'll do that. And then he's like, look, when my youngin' got to be taller than me, I remember the first time I spanked his bottom when he was taller than me, but he was only in like middle school. So I don't care how much taller that you are than me. If you deserve a whooping, you're getting a whooping. And he, I can't even remember what he did. He probably smarted off or something. And I reared back. He's like, you can't pop me anymore, Mama. I'm taller than you. Because I very rarely, very, very rarely ever had to pop him. And when I did, it's like one of those things, like, because I had to do it so rarely, it really got his attention. So it affected him more. Because, I mean, look, that big old kid, I'm not going to hurt him. But so I popped him on his bottom. Actually, it's like his hip. And he was like, you can't do that. I'm taller than you. I was like, don't make me come up there. But I think that's the last time I had to do it too, actually. I think he was shocked. He's good. He's a good kid. And I don't want any emails about how I popped my youngin' because that's my business. Oh, Andrea says, my 15-year-old can also make chocolate mug cakes. Oh, that's good. Still working on the boys to clean up after themselves. Yeah. I could not get mine to clean up after himself when he lived with me. He would do his own laundry because I told him to do his own laundry, but he did not do a great job at cleaning up after himself. And then he gets his own place and he keeps it clean. I'm like, what the heck? Where was this? Where was this version of you like months ago when you were living with me? I guess it's been almost a year now. Lady in Gray says, I still tell my son he isn't too big for me to get up in a chair and smack him. He'll be 34 next month. Yeah. That kid, he cracks me up. Brooklyn says, I've never spanked my kid, but he thinks that I'm always ready to do it. And it's been an effective tool in the bag when necessary. Yeah. See, that's the thing with Jacob. Like, I never had to like I got whoopings. Like, I got whoopings. But it didn't happen often. Shockingly. Go figure, I was good at hiding my crimes. But with him, it's like I never had to really whoop him. All I ever had to do was like, pop him one good time, and it would startle him enough to it would get his attention. Down a Doe says, my son will be what I always wanted when I was dating because he knows better. Yes. I've taught him. And even some of the small stuff that you don't think matters. Like, I taught him, like, you always open a lady's car door. Always. The only time you don't open your lady's car door is if her mama or grandmother is with you because, age comes first. So, if it's you and her mama, you open her mama's door first. If it's you and her mom and her grandma, you open her grandma's door first. Like, even just stuff like that. People aren't taught stuff like that as much anymore. My stepkids begged me to spank them instead of grounding. Yeah, Jacob would much rather have me popped him instead of much rather. Because when I grounded him, I grounded him. All you had to do is take away electronics and TV and just give him nothing but his books and the yard to play in. Oh my God, you're the meanest mom ever. Let's see. Yeah, now that my kids are older, grounding them from electronics is much more effective than spanking. It's crazy. It's crazy how much it can be effective. But I get it, because when I was on that cruise, I was, cruising through the Caribbean, and I was like so lost without my phone. And when we had certain points, we would get service and stuff, but I mean, not a lot. And it was crazy how different it is. You don't realize how much you rely on your phone until you don't have it. And I was like, what are my people doing? What are my jurors doing? Didn't have any clue. I was so lost without y'all. Let's see here. Where did we leave off? Oh, I need to add this. Let's see. Let me pull everything up. Pull everything up. Hello, distant. Good to see you. You're late. You're late. Camping is a good thing to do. It teaches you to live without electronics. I love camping. I love it. I haven't gone in a while. I haven't gone since cancer. Because it's a lot harder for me to now, because I would have to take all kinds of medical supplies, and it's just, my life is a lot different now. I have permanent damage, so my life is a lot different now than it was before I got sick. So it's a little bit too hard for me to camp now, but man, I loved it. We would go camping I'd go camping everywhere, but we had a big group of friends that would go camping in the UP and Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And we would go because I love fishing. So we go up there during the salmon run, and then during the pike run. Man, it was so fun. I don't know if y'all have ever fished for pike. Lord help. I loved bass fishing. And I was like, I love bass because they put up such a fight, you know? It's just fun. They fight. And I'm a catch and release girl unless I'm eating it. But it's just like, I grew up loving it. And my daddy always fished. And we had, out by our front pasture, we had a big old pond. I mean, my dad used to fish all the time. So I always loved it. Then I went to Upper Peninsula and went pike fishing for the first time. And I was like, holy cow. They put up just as much of a fight, if not more. I mean, I guess technically more because they are bigger and stronger than bass fishing. But we would go to Carp River and Carp River Campground. Let me see if I can pull this up. We're just like off the rails today, but you can tell I did not take my medicine today. You can always tell because I can't ever stay on topic. And when I don't stay on topic, you know it's because I didn't take my medicine. Upper Peninsula, Michigan is insanely beautiful. Oh yeah, this is a pike. Look how pretty that thing is. That thing was, man, those put up a good fight. And I wonder where that knife is. Oh, I bet it's in my purse. They put up, I mean, one literally went under my kayak and almost flipped me over. It's crazy. Crazy how strong they are. Let's see. Yeah, it's like camping with a doctor's office. It's not what it used to be. I loved it though. Jada Wonder says, I'm from Michigan. Where did you go? I would go right over the bridge. So I would go, it was Carp River Campground is the name of it. It's like St. Ignace. Is that where we went? Is that what it was? St. Ignace. So yeah, St. Ignace. And then it was like right over Mackinac Bridge, and which Mackinac Bridge is incredibly scary because I'm scared of, like, I get freaked out on bridges, but it's incredibly beautiful too. It is, hold on, let me pull it up. I'll show y'all where I went. Carp River Campground. Carp River, Michigan. Off the rails, off the rails. Oh, let's see. Carp River. There's a, if any of y'all ever want to go, I will tell you. There is the coolest group. I call them my Yoopers. I became like all of a sudden best friends with like 45 people at a campground. But they go, it's a whole group of them, and they're from Upper Peninsula. And I think they're from like an hour or so away. And they all live in the same little town. And they go every year to Carp River Campground, and they camp out at the campground for Memorial Weekend. And that's where I originally met him. I was sitting by the campfire, and at that point I was by myself. I I had somehow got stuck driving, so I was exhausted. So I was going to go to bed, and then my friends who I was with they were going to go fishing. So I was like, y'all go ahead. I'm tired. Y'all suck and made me drive, so I'm going to go to bed early. So I'm sitting there by the campfire, getting ready to go to bed, and all of a sudden I hear people coming down the little trail. And one of them, she lives there now, but she's from Texas. And when she started talking to me, she heard my accent, and she was like, this accent ain't real common up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So she was like, you sound like me. Come hang out. And I was like, all right, whatever. So we just kind of campground hopped, and I met some, and I'm Facebook friends with them all now. And we went back up there multiple years before I got sick, and we took a bigger group with us every time, but they are such a fun group, and they're so sweet. We even, they invited our group of friends. 2 of them got married, and I went up there for the wedding and stuff. So if y'all ever are looking for a fun place to camp, Memorial Weekend, Carp River Campground is where it's at. So fun. So fun. I love my Yoopers. Michigan is insanely beautiful. It really is. It is incredible. So this is Carp River, and it feeds into, it's right at the mouth, though. This is not where, oh, here it is. This is closer to where we are. So Carp River Lake, Carp River Falls, it comes here. So, and then here's the mouth of it. So it feeds out into here. So there's like a little, let's see if I can see it on the map. There's a little park. I don't know exactly where it's at, but there's a little park where you can go, and they got like boat ramps and stuff, but you can go and you can kayak down the river, and then you can go all the way out into the lake, which we did. But it's just, it is insanely, I mean, you can see, like, it's just insanely beautiful. And if I gotta show y'all one more picture. Hold on. We're already off the rails. Why not just one more? I took this picture. I promise y'all I will take my medicine on Monday. I took this picture in Michigan, and it has been one of my favorite pictures ever. Look at this. Look how pretty that is. This was just off the side, and you can see the lake is in the background. What side were we on for this one? I think this was Lake Michigan. I think this was, because the other one is Huron, but this is, I think this side we had gone Lake Michigan, and it was Lake Michigan campground that we were staying at, which we did not like as much as Carp River, FYI. But look how pretty that is. Like, is that not just insane? And then, oh wait, there it was. And that. And there was, I lost a bet. I lost a bet. I bet on a football game, and that is my head on an Alabama cheerleader because I lost a freaking bet. Go Dogs. Oh, here's the other one. This is the other one that I took. This is when I was on my kayak in Carp River. Isn't that pretty? So pretty. And that is where, when we were, somebody block Amanda Davis from the channel. Amanda Davis, we don't roll tide here. I'm just joking. Don't really block her. That was a joke, just because she said roll tide. You're just blocked in my head now, Amanda Davis. We ain't going to get along during football season, but right now we still love each other. Yep, already forgot what I was saying. If you have ever wondered about what it's like with ADD, the way today I have not been able to stay on one topic and I can't focus. Could you imagine if it were not for modern medicine to be able to treat ADD, there would be no such thing as a Churchwell chart or any of my graphs. I would not be able to focus long enough. That's okay. Look at all of y'all with your War Eagle, really. Hey, y'all got a chance though. Well, I mean, not a chance to beat us or anything, but you got a chance to do better this year, new coach and everything. All right, I won't do it. As long as we're your runner up. We can be your runner up. Just like y'all were runners up in the national championship the last couple of years. We can be your second favorite. Yeah. LSU Vols. We got Go Tigers. Y'all, what are we going to do during football season? It's going to be like one of those things that mods are going to have to delete because none of us will get along. None of us will get along. You know what's funny though? I can't stand Alabama, and let me tell you why. Alabama fans don't know how to act. Alabama fans don't know how to act. Either they jumped in during Saban's reign, and I'm going to give it to him. Saban has done an incredible job with that program. But either you jumped on with Saban or you're grandfathered in through Bear Bryant, and now all of a sudden, Saban comes in, and then the last however many years, y'all got too big for your britches again. People who became Bama fans in between those two, they know how to act. If you started being a fan during Bear Bryant or during Saban, you don't know how to act yet. And it's okay because now you're going to learn because the last couple years, obviously we are the national champions. Go Dogs. So we're going to continue our reign. And then maybe Bama fans will stop acting up. My dad was a big Georgia fan, which is why I'm all about Georgia. But actually, it's funny because my uncle, my mom's brother, he played football in college. He actually played for Bear Bryant. He played when they won the championship and everything. Like he has a championship ring, and he played for Bear Bryant. So the rest of my family, other than me and my brother, and my daddy was a Georgia fan. My mama could care less. She don't even know when it's football season, really, other than me and my grandmother talking to her about it all the time. But my immediate family and my son are Georgia fans. Why is this doing this? The rest of my family, like my aunts and uncles and stuff, are all, for whatever reason, Bama fans because my uncle played there. All right, let's see. I know SEC just keeps changing. Oh, and let me tell y'all, when I lived in Ohio, try being a Georgia fan in Ohio. If I heard, Buckeye this and Buckeye that, I got an Ohio State mug in here that was given to me, and I used it as a trash can, and he got mad. But people kept telling me that, I was going to end up a Buckeye fan. I was like, no, you don't just become You don't swap teams because you move. So, and I kept hearing for so long when I was in Ohio, I kept hearing, well, if Ohio State played Georgia, we would win. We don't play y'all, whatever. So can I tell y'all that one of the most happy moments in my life was New Year's Eve, national championship, when we literally scored the winning points at the buzzer of the game, which also happened to be the stroke of midnight. And we rang in the new year with Ohio State losing and Georgia winning. And it was in the top 3 moments of my life. I loved it. Ohio State, all the Ohio State people would talk crap to me for the 6 years that I lived there. I was texting everybody. Like, what y'all doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. So fun. I get into football, y'all. Let's see. Because you're being mean about Alabama. Yes, I am, and it won't stop anytime soon. It won't stop anytime soon. I give Alabama a hard time because all of the football fans that talk the most crap are always either Alabama or Ohio State. It's funny. Kim Maynard, how many states have you lived in? I was born and raised in Georgia and lived there for the majority of my life, 30-something years. And then I moved to Ohio. I lived in Ohio for 6 years, and now I am in Florida. So I've lived in 3 states. Lisa says, where are all the rugby fans? I don't know anything about rugby. Yes, Amanda Davis. I've heard that country song about wearing Tennessee orange for him. And I'm sorry. I really like the song other than that, because there ain't no man worth wearing Tennessee orange for. I'm sorry. And she's talking about how she's a Georgia Bulldog fan, but now she's wearing Tennessee orange for him. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That ain't how this works. I had no idea we would go from camping to football. Welcome to ADD. Welcome to ADD. Everyone knows you have to go through the SEC to get to national championships. Yes. We should do like this football season. We should do like a 2-hour Sunday stream and just talk crap to each other about football. So I do have part of my family is because a lot of my family's from Tennessee. My mama's side of the family. So I hear Rocky Top all the time. I'm going to be trouble around us Buckeye folk. I was so outnumbered when I lived in Ohio. So outnumbered. Oh, goodness. How did we get on football from camping? And I don't even know how we got here. I don't even know. Alrighty. So we'll have a pep rally. Yes. That will be fun. I'll just come and meet and talk crap to each other. I do love Tennessee, and I have family in Tennessee. But I ain't wearing that god-awful orange. All right, so oh yeah, my cheer pick. That's how it was. That's what it was. I was showing y'all pictures of Michigan and camping, and then we saw my picture of where I lost the bet. All righty. All right. So let's get through this. It is almost 2:00 my time. So we're going to get through some of this, and then I am going to end early today because my kid's off work and I want to hang out with them. So we are going to pick back up right here as long as StreamYard cooperates, because I see it's being a little bit weird right now. Let's see. We'll see how it goes.
And then State's Exhibit B129.
Again, it's just that step closer looking down that hallway.
In State's Exhibit B129, the room all the way at the end, if you walk through the threshold of that door, what do you find?
It would be this main bedroom. There was subsequently another bedroom here and a bathroom. These are not to scale. This was actually bigger than the bathroom.
Okay, so that's a good point. You kind of tailed off there at the end.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You talk about that bedroom and that bathroom on the diagram not being to scale.
Correct. The
And
bedroom would have been larger than the bathroom.
Okay, and is that one of the areas where you can tell, again, these are for demonstrative purposes, not necessarily measuring purposes?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
As you did your work in that area, did you document that bedroom and check it for any evidence?
Yes.
I heard that so much living in Ohio.
I'm gonna hand you another stack of pictures. I'm gonna start with State's Exhibit B130.
Hey, baby. Yes, we had that this morning. That sounded like I was like, hey, baby.
Can you give me State's Exhibit
I meant, hey, baby, boysenberry.
Could you tell the jury what are they looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B130?
This is this middle bedroom, looking in the bedroom from the doorway.
Okay. And what is depicted, or what are you observing in that room?
This was the room with the open window. And also you see there's a tub with baby chicks in it.
And with respect to the way that tub looked, the condition of that light, again, is that truly and accurately depict the way you found it that day?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit B133? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit B133?
This is a photograph in that tub with the chicks.
And again, with respect to that light being on, was that the condition you found it in
Yes.
when you did your work? You didn't turn it on to take that picture, is that correct?
No, I did not.
Can you give me State's Exhibit B131, please?
They have about 10, 15 minutes before they break. So we'll get through this and then we'll
Show the jury where that picture is taken from and what you're depicting in that picture.
This is again from the doorway here, looking into the bedroom. You can see the clutter and the open window.
State's Exhibit B134, please. What are we looking at there?
Some of the clutter in that room also looks like the lid to that tub with some chicken wire on top of it.
And then State's Exhibit B135. You tell us what we're looking at there.
This is a photograph of that windowsill, the open window. There is a knife that is kind of stuck into the jamb there. There's also a can and a tub with feed just inside the window.
With respect to the condition of that window, how high it was raised, is that the way you found it on that day?
Yes.
And as you look in that picture, and again, that is, what is that? That's picture B135, correct?
Correct.
As you look at State's Exhibit B135, you testified about that air conditioner that appeared to have some grass on it out back. Can you see that air conditioner in that picture?
Yes, just outside the window.
And with respect to the I don't know if it's a crib, pack and play. With respect to the pack and play and the trash can and the food that was around that window, even though it was tight, was there still a space between those items in the window?
There was a small space, yes.
Okay. And when you initially viewed that picture, did you think it was unlikely that anybody had come through that window?
Yes, I felt it was less likely that someone came in without disturbing some of these items. However, it was not impossible.
Okay. So clearly, somebody
you,
could
Melissa
have
Dotson.
come through that window, but based on the way that those items appeared, nothing was knocked over or disturbed or upside down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, you got
Can you
vacation.
give me State's Exhibit B137, please?
What are we going to do?
Can you tell us what we're looking at from that picture and where that picture is taken from?
It was in that room, looking back toward this area, just some of the items on the floor there.
State's Exhibit B138. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit B138?
Photographs in that closet in that bedroom.
And with respect to, and Mr. Junkie, you don't have to show these, but B138, B139, and B140, what are depicted in those pictures?
Those are all three photographs in that closet showing very little other than a couple decorative things in there.
And again, those pictures truly and accurately depict the way that closet looked on that day.
Yes.
Can I go to State's Exhibit B141?
Oh, you're going to be down here with me. God.
With respect to that room, in the area of that room, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
Just a photograph of more of the clutter and items on the floor.
And do you remember where in the room that would have been?
I don't recall. It's hard to orient from that photograph.
At some point, after documenting, well, let me back you up. You documented all of these items in that room. Was there anything of evidentiary value that you collected in any of these bags or closets or anything like that for purposes of this investigation?
No.
At some point, did you come out of that room and document, again, working further down the hallway towards that back bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. Mr. Junk, I'm going to start with State's Exhibit B195. Ultimately, as you worked your way through that area of that residence, did you find different pieces of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
And did you mark that evidence as you found it with evidence placards?
Yes, I did.
Now, would you have documented all of this stuff before you marked the pictures with placards and numbers?
Yes.
In the picture there are placards and letters, or number placards and letter placards visible?
Yes.
Does that indicate to you that these would have been pictures taken later in the sequence?
Correct.
And could you tell the jury what are they looking at, where that picture is taken from, and what we're looking towards?
Yes, so this is basically from around that bedroom door looking back towards this bedroom door. There's a number 7, which is a piece of paper with an apparent blood stain on it. And then area C, which is just at this threshold, just inside this doorway, which is another stain of potential blood.
Eventually, did you check and document that bathroom as well?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain or describe your observations of that bathroom, how that bathroom looked?
Again, cluttered. There was nothing found of any evidentiary value in there.
Did you photograph it? Would you photograph different areas of that as well?
Yes.
And did you collect anything, swab anything, take anything from that bathroom area?
No.
Eventually, again, did you make your way out of that bathroom? And in that picture that's on the screen, can you point to where the bathroom was located?
This would be the bathroom door.
So just outside that bathroom door, in that little hallway there, eventually, did you find the evidence that you documented?
Yes.
You've marked an item as number 7 there. Can you tell us what was item number 7?
Item number 7 is a piece of paper on the floor in the hallway with an apparent blood stain on it.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit B196, please? Okay. What's depicted in State's Exhibit 196?
This is a photograph of that piece of paper with the stain marked as item number 7.
And did you collect that piece of paper in accordance with your training, your standard operating procedure there at BCI?
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you both to the mark for identification purposes. State Exhibit B316.
Thank you, Christine.
316. Can you take a look at that for me?
Marked as evidence number 7, containing
I'll it 1 second.
paper with suspected
That's-
blood from floor from 4199 Union Hill Road.
It says
My
like 2 more
initials are on the
minutes.
side.
Can you do me a favor? Can you open that up for us? Do you recognize that item?
Yes, this appears to be the paper with the blood stain on it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness to publish this document since he's got blood on it. Can you don't have to get up. Can you just hold it up and show, and can you point out where the blood stain is?
Blood stain up in this corner.
Is that the item that you collected that's depicted in the picture, State's Exhibit B196?
Yes, it is.
Can you put that back in the envelope? What were the results of that test?
They were positive?
And in addition to your markings, do you recognize markings that it went to the lab?
Yes.
Yeah, at this point, the parties would have another stipulation. The parties would agree and stipulate that the drop of blood on State's Exhibit 316, which is BCI item number 7, from the hallway of 4199 Union Hill Road, tested presumptively positive for the presence of blood. That item was sent to the lab for DNA testing, and the DNA in the blood was a mixture of Frankie Roden and Hannah Gilly.
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit B-145? I asked you if you had documented that bathroom area. I'll throw up just one picture there. Again, State's Exhibit B-145 that you have on the screen there. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
This is a photograph in that bathroom.
Does that truly and accurately depict the area as it appeared on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
And again, anything of evidentiary value in that bathroom?
No, there wasn't.
Your Honor, I'm about to move into that back bedroom with the bodies. This might be, if we're going to take a morning break, this might be a decent spot to take a morning break so that I can.
All right. So that is, since that gets us to that, I'll end that. Okay. So I thought about the Austin Ford. It's going to be a good trial. It is right. It's in Gwinnett County, which is right by where I grew up. My parents actually met in Gwinnett County at South Gwinnett High School. They were high school sweethearts in right there. And they talk about Stone Mountain Park there. That was my mama's first job. Like, this is all my neck of the woods. I thought about doing this one. I chose the other one that starts Tuesday instead. Because it's so much more, because it's a little bit more involved, and it's because it's more complex. It requires more charts, stuff like that. So, I don't think I'm going to do this one. If I did it, then I would end up having, they're doing jury selection starts Tuesday on the Black Widower one, or the Widower. And I don't know how long jury selection is going to take, but, and this one starts Monday and it's supposed to last about a week. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let me talk to RA too and find out what he's doing, because I don't know if he's planning on doing that one. I'll find out what he's planning on doing too. Alrighty. I think that's it. I'm trying to see if I missed any questions or anything. Have I made a decision whether I will stream Melly's retrial? Yeah, I'm going to. I am going to. I've not decided if I'm going to make it members only yet. If it's going on, if Coburger does happen on October 2nd, I'm going to, and cameras are allowed and all that, I'm going to do Coburger. Now that this one, because they were both supposed to start on October 2nd, actually. Now that Melly's has been pushed back a week, if Coburger starts, I still feel like the date's going to get pushed. If it hasn't already, I haven't pulled court docs in the last 2 days. I got to pull all that stuff over the weekend, all that stuff he just filed. If that gets pushed back, then it wouldn't be a conflict anyway. If Coburger happens on the 2nd, and it's regular day stream, they don't make us wait until after, they don't whatever, and everything's normal, then I'm going to do that one. And what I would probably do is, because Melly ends up having so many sidebars anyway, probably stream that one in the evenings where we can cut down all that nonsense. And think about how fast we could have made it through Melly if we were doing it like this one, where we're skipping through all the dead space. So if it comes to that where there are conflict, I will probably do that one in the evenings, and I will probably do it members only to keep the hate out of the group. And then I'm going to have the settings changed to where there are certain things that will make your comments automatically disappear, so that our mods don't even have to worry about the trolls as much. BK is a high profile too, so it will have trolls, but I've never seen the vitriol that I saw from Melly. So if I do it, it will more than likely be members only, but I haven't made that final decision yet. There's a lot going on in October, so we'll see how that goes. The case, what's the other case? What do you mean? The one I'm doing? Or the one I'm doing is the widower, where he's had 6 wives and 4 of them have died mysteriously. He was tried for, he went through trial for murder for his second wife, and he was acquitted. And then he went through trial for murdering his 6th wife and for murdering the hitman who he hired to kill her. And he was convicted and sentenced to death. They overturned that because of 404B, prior bad acts. They brought up his prior trial and how the second wife died so similarly to the 6th, and that tainted the jury, so they overturned the conviction. Now he's getting a new trial. So, and he is a wild one. So that's the one we're going to start on. Well, jury selection starts on Tuesday, so we'll see. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I doubt they'll be tried together because they will likely not want to try them together because, well, defense wouldn't want them to be tried together anyway, but because it's a death penalty case for Melly, so they will probably just postpone Bortland's. We will probably know more about that at least by September 22nd when they do the calendar call. Yes, there's also Sarah Boone. I am I don't think I'm going to cover Sarah Boone because I know RA has been wanting to cover that one for the longest time, and he's talked about it for the long. Quit whining, you're all right. Come here. I'm almost done. And so out of respect for him, I don't think I'm going to do that one. Let's see. Yeah, Tuesday is the one, the widower. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that one's going to have to be members only. Because here's the thing. That one ended up like... I don't want to exclude anybody who wants to be here. But at the same time, the people who were coming in and that were so rude to our members, I mean, I lost money during that trial. The way that people came in and were so rude. And I'm not going through that. I'm not going through that shit again. Let's see. Yes, don't forget to tune in tonight. Night Court and we have at 8 Eastern we have me and JT will be on with Recovery Addict and Weather Watch. It will be fun. I hear you. I hear you. You know what? They could probably hear you too. So you might as well quit being a diva. You ain't starving. I just fed you and you had some of my taco. She's over there with her paw on her bowl, hitting her bowl so that I'll come feed her. I saw this a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Let's see. Yeah, October is going to be nuts. Christina, it depends. I do different things for different ones. It just depends. Depends on what the best feed is from. I did not see his video on it, but I read the interview. And not surprised. Not surprised at all. Oh, yes, and Courtney Clanny. That one's at the end of October. I'm doing that one too. I have so many things coming up in October. What does members only mean? It means that it will be, for Melly, it will probably be a members only stream. So like if for the people who are our members, like the like your name in green and all that. It just keeps some of the people who are coming in attacking our people, just keep some of them out. The widow trial is in Nevada. Yes. Lisa's calling Lucy like she can hear y'all. That's hilarious. Kayla, there's when you click join on there, it'll tell you the different descriptions of the different things that are on there. Is that all the questions? Yes, Thomas Randolph. She wants more. Yeah, she does. I can't wait for Monday. I'm gonna have that Lucy Cam set up. It's gonna be adorable. All right, let's see. Yeah, October's gonna be wild, y'all. October's gonna be wild. All right, I think that's it. I think I made it to all the questions. So tonight we will be on with JT and I will both be on with Recovery Addict and Weather Watch at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. And that's about 5 hours from now. And I'm going to get some stuff together on our new trial that starts, jury selection starts Tuesday. So we will see. Let me see if I can find anything about how long they expect it to take. It's not a death penalty case anymore. They took death penalty off the table, so I don't think it should be that long. So maybe it'll start. I mean, if they do it the way that they did Shabusiness, I mean, they had that jury picked out in one afternoon. So it just kind of depends. But I'll see if I can find out if they have an estimate on it, if it's going to start later Tuesday, if it was like Shabusiness, or if it's going to be Wednesday, or if it's going to be next year, the way that Melly operates. So we'll see. I'll see if I can find anything out. And then I'll look into the one and the one that's in my old neighborhood. And if it's going to be short enough, or I mean, it's supposed to last a week. If the jury selection for the widower trial is going to be longer, then I might look into doing it. So I will figure it out and I will let y'all know on Monday. All right, y'all, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for hanging out with me and enjoy your weekend if I don't see y'all tonight. And I cannot wait for you to see the Lucy Cam I'm going to decorate her whole little area down here. So that will be a lot of fun. So thank you so much for reporting to jury duty, and I will see y'all tonight or Monday.